All right, good evening and welcome. For those of you watching at home, we're starting a little earlier than usual this evening, given the lengthy agenda that we have in front of us, and we'll do the same again next week for our regularly scheduled June 19th school committee meeting. Now, returning to tonight's activities, the school committee has just returned from executive session where we conducted a strategy session related to negotiations with the Boston Teachers Union. We'll now continue with our regular school committee meeting. Tonight's meeting is being broadcast live by Boston City TV on YouTube, as well as on Comcast Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and FiOS Channel 1962. It will be rebroadcast at a later date. If you'd like to speak this evening but have not yet signed up, please see our staff person, Ms. Lena Parvex, in the hallway. Typically, we close sign up for public comment a half hour after the scheduled meeting start. This is a little bit different tonight since we're starting a little bit early, and we've actually started a little bit late now. So we'll do a half hour from now. So we'll close sign up for public comment at 5:50 p.m. and that's for both portions of public comment this evening. Now at this time, I'd like to invite my colleagues on the committee and Superintendent Peril to join me on the floor for the presentation of citations to the Boston Student Advisory Council's graduating seniors. Okay, well, once again, tonight we say goodbye and congratulations and good luck to the graduating seniors who are ending their terms with the Boston Student Advisory Council, also known as BSAC. We have, I believe, actually 9 students receiving citations this evening and a total of 15 BSAC members that will be graduating and moving on to college and career later this year. These students have proven themselves to be true leaders and powerful advocates. We know that we are all proud of them. And while they will be greatly missed, we know that they'll go on to do great things on behalf of and in the city of Boston. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to read a list of the folks that are going to be here this evening and honored, and then I will read off a list of those that couldn't make it out here tonight as well. And we have citations for each of you, and then we're going to ask you to stay up here. I'd like to ask each of you what your plans are for after graduation, and then we'd like to take a picture with the committee before we move on with the meeting. Sound good? Okay. So first up, I'm going to read from the citations. And I'm going to read this first citation, and then I'll read the names just for the remainder of the group. The Boston School Committee would like to extend its appreciation to Mr. Stanley Aniki. Mr. Aniki and I have gotten to know each other on the speaking circuit very recently. He's got a lot of duties to perform as the president of the Boston Student Advisory Council, and he's from the Boston Latin Academy class of 2019. I believe you're heading off to UMass Amherst in the fall, correct? To biochem? Yeah, all right. Very good. Excellent. We want to extend our appreciation to you for providing a strong, consistent voice for your fellow students in the Boston Public Schools. And the chairperson and the members of the school committee of the City of Boston join with the superintendent of schools in extending our appreciation to you for influencing and assisting students to effectively form, evaluate, and understand the district policies that impact each student's daily lives, and we wish you continued success in your future endeavors. Next up, we have Ibu Osanubi. Ibun. Ibun is a graduate of New Mission High School. Next up is Mr. Henry Swyman of the Boston Latin Academy. Next up, we have Adam Sazama. Almost missed it. From Boston Latin School, and I think you have your parents here as well, correct?
I do, yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations. Adam's mother, Jenny, is from Youth on Board, and where is she? There she is, and supports our students in Boston Student Advisory Council on a regular basis as well, and great partner to the district. Thank you, Mrs. Zama. We have Aria Elias of Boston Latin Academy. Next up, Jovan Johnson of Excel High School. Mr. Johnson, nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Next up, John Tay Howard of New Mission High School. And last but not least for this evening, Kevin Kiami. Mr. Kiami is a graduate of the Boston Latin School. Congratulations, good luck. Did I miss anyone that's here this evening? Okay. So we have before we pass the mic around to ask everyone what their plans are, I just want to recognize a few of the other students that are graduating this year but couldn't be here tonight. We have Nashley Johnson Pena of the EMK Academy for Health Careers, Sophia Keneally of Boston Latin Academy, Julianne Marouse and Delaney Meehan of the Mary Lyon Pilot School, Jairam Rue of Boston Latin School, Shalani Ortega of EMK Academy for Health Careers, and Kendra Allen Gerald of New Mission High School. Congratulations to each one of them. Mr. Aniki, we know where you're going and what you're majoring in, but you can tell us anything else you'd like about your experiences and your goals for the future, and pass it on down the line, please.
Yeah, so I was always dedicated and devoted to climate work. So once I attend UMass Amherst in the fall, I'm planning to start an environmental justice club to get more students involved and to care about stopping environmental racism. And I'm just hoping to make a difference in my college, because college kids, there's a lot of them, and UMass Amherst is a big, massive school. So if I can make a change in high school, I feel like I can also make a change in college. So, yeah.
So I'm headed off to Clark University in Worcester, so not that far from here. Similar to Stanley, I am very passionate about doing work around climate change, so I'd like to continue something along those lines in college. I plan on going into political science or some sort of political field, but maybe helping start up a Sunrise chapter, which is a great environmental organization out in Worcester when I get there. So we'll see.
I'm going off to UMass Dartmouth in the fall as a finance major to become a financial analyst, and I'll just continue doing the work that I've been doing, like with climate and social justice in general, because I'm a natural born leader, so I just continue to do that.
I'm not quite sure where I'm headed to college. I'm taking a gap year next year, but I hope to better myself however I can and the world around me. And I also am very passionate about climate work, so there's that, and among other things.
I was inspired by the social justice work at BSAC especially, so I'll be going to Suffolk University to pursue pre-law.
I'll be enlisting into the military soon, most likely Air Force, because as I was in high school, I joined JRTC, and I finished out as a sergeant, so I'm going to try and go there.
Well, I didn't really know what I was gonna do, but I finally made up my mind. I'm gonna go to Roxbury Community College, and then I'm gonna transfer, and I'm gonna major in nursing.
I am also on the Environmental Justice Committee here at BSAC. I'm really passionate about environmental work as well, and I plan on continuing that work at Northeastern University, and I'm planning on going in on a pre-law track.
I want to just take a moment to thank this wonderful group once again. We'll miss your leadership. We know that there's another group right behind you, but certainly the work that you've done in your years here, and we'll hear a little bit more about that from your colleague Ms. Reyes and a few of your other colleagues when we have the presentation on BSAC's year in review just a little bit later. But just reflecting a little bit on the work that you've done this year, particularly with your tireless advocacy for M7s for all students across BPS in grades 7 through 12, as well as your ample representation on a number of the groups that we've had working on the biggest issues in the district. And there was no bigger issue this year than hiring a superintendent, and you had the first student that had a full voting membership role in the superintendent search process that we had this year, which was a huge achievement. And we had a number of, I think, 2 other BSAC members that stepped up and participated in our superintendent interview panels as well. So we owe a great debt to you. You lead by example, and we appreciate it, and we wish you well. So we'll do a quick picture and then return to the meeting.
I saw that.
Okay, well, we're all getting settled. We'll move on now to the approval of minutes from the May 22nd, 2019 school committee meeting. If the minutes are approved as presented, hard copies will be made available immediately in the hallway with the other handouts. If changes are made, you can access the minutes tomorrow on the BPS website. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the May 22nd, 2019 meeting as presented. Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the minutes, the minutes by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We'll move on now to the interim superintendent's report. I present to you our interim superintendent, Laura Perot.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight in this, our second to last school committee meeting. We're very sorry to report that it falls on Game 7 of the Bruins. I'm sure there's still a few fans present with us tonight, but there is nothing more important than the work we do around education. So
Excuse me, Superintendent. Nobody let her know if there's a score. She has it recorded.
I'm taping it at home. I'm hoping to watch it before midnight. So I want to just start out briefly. We do have a packed agenda, both in action items and reports, all very important topics. So I just want to spend a couple of moments sharing some recent highlights that are about the vision and priorities of the Boston Public Schools. I'll start out with the 2019 Boston Pride Parade. This past Saturday a record number, about 250 of us, staff, students, family, led by the Boston Teachers Union in collaboration with the Boston Public Schools, marched together in the 49th annual Boston Pride Parade to celebrate the diversity of our students and staff. The weather was gorgeous, the sun was shining, but the sense of community was even stronger. And it was really wonderful to see the reaction our students and teachers received as they walked through the streets of Boston. And I was particularly pleased to be there with my entire family, also with Dr. Caselius, who shares a commitment, and side by side with BTU President Jessica Tang, school leaders, staff, and families. Students were well represented from the Condon, the Guild, East Boston High, the Curley, Charlestown High, Snowden, Tech Boston Academy, and others. I can't wait to see the turnout. If we were this big for the 49th annual, I can't wait to see the turnout for the 50th annual. But I mention this because the Boston Public Schools is committed to advocating for spaces, including all of our schools, that are safe, inclusive, and welcoming for all. And continuing with that theme of embracing diversity, today, Mayor Walsh, incoming Superintendent Dr. Caselius, and myself, along with other district leaders and city officials, celebrated at the Guild Elementary School in East Boston for their receipt of the Welcoming Schools Seal of Excellence from the Human Rights Campaign. The Welcoming Schools program provides professional development and resources to school teams to help schools take a comprehensive approach to school climate by fostering inclusion, celebrating family diversity, and preventing bias-based bullying. This is a This is a national program. The Guild is just the 16th school in the country to receive this national honor, but it is the third in our district and our state. So 3 out of the 16 schools nationally that have received this honor are here in the Boston Public Schools. The Guild joins the Gardner in Alston, which received the designation last year, and the J.F. Kennedy, which was the first BPS school to receive the Seal of Excellence in 2015. I want to applaud the work out at the Guild by Principal Karen McCarthy and her staff, which includes notably one of our 2019 Educators of the Year, school psychologist Jillian Archer, who was critical to the work. I also have to thank the consistently great work of the BPS Office of Equity, which supports this program and process, particularly Assistant Superintendent Becky Schuster and Director of Training and Accommodations, Stephen Chan. And that concludes my report. I will save the rest for our action items and reports.
Well, excellent. Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments for discussion from the committee? Well, thank you very much, Superintendent, for recognizing the Guild School and their receipt of the Seal of Excellence. I believe it was actually the JFK was the first in the state to receive that Seal of Excellence just a few years ago. And our 3 schools that now have the Seal of Excellence may, in fact, still be the only 3 in Massachusetts that have that seal. So we're very proud of the work of our school communities and our school leaders that have gone after this effort in recognizing the sanctity and dignity of all who come through the doors of our schools. I know you were intending to be brief in your comments, but I did want to note that it has been graduation season, and a number of people up on the dais here, including the superintendent, myself, and a number of my fellow colleagues have been out at a number of graduations recently, and this is the best time of the year. You heard it just now with our recognition of our graduating, our rising BSAC seniors. Who are going on to do bigger and better things. Just seeing all the happiness and the completion of years of effort. A number of students have been with us for 14 years by the time they get through to the end of their careers in BPS. It's really a great time to be part of our community. And I've been to 3 so far. I've been to Cache, Snowden, and Henderson last week, and I'm looking to wrap it up on Friday at East Boston High. And I know a number of the other members here have represented us ably at a number of other high schools as well. Just want to take one other second. We've had a number of scholarships awarded recently from the city and from city-related entities. And Mr. Aniki received a scholarship just on Monday from the city of Boston, worth he, along with 29 other students in college currently, not all graduates. We had 3 current city employees, including 2 paraprofessionals in the Boston Public Schools, that received a $2,500 per year City of Boston scholarship to continue supporting their studies. Great achievement. And as well, one of the other scholarships that have been awarded recently is the John F. Kennedy Foundation STEM scholarship that's been awarded in conjunction with the GE Foundation. And I believe there was 34 recipients of that scholarship as well that was handed out at the JFK Library just a few short weeks ago. And a number of the students that have received city scholarships or have been recognized as valedictorians at our annual lunch that recognizes the valedictorians from our 34 high schools were recipients in each one of these programs. And so we're incredibly honored and supportive, honored by and supportive of our students that are moving on, and we know they're going to do great things, and we wish them the best. Please.
So just one other, since we're talking about valedictorians and graduation, many of us gathered 2 weeks ago on Monday for the annual valedictorian luncheon. That was sort of the kickoff to the high school commencement season. It's a remarkably special event that happens every year that gathers together school and community leaders and all of the valedictorians and their families, together with teachers, headmasters, and the school committee and the mayor. And I want to thank the school committee's executive secretary, Liz Sullivan, who, on top of everything else she does to keep this body running, also pulled off that major event, which was absolutely spectacular for our graduating seniors. So thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Superintendent. It's actually been 3 weeks since our last meeting, so there's been a lot of business that's transpired, and so thank you for remembering to note that. Okay, so if there's no further discussion from the members, I'll entertain a motion to receive the interim superintendent's report as presented.
Just, Mr. Concha, since you brought it up, I'm hoping that at one point we can get a report, and it's something that the vice chair has suggested, about how much our higher ed, Boston higher ed institutions actually provide in scholarship to Boston students. If we could get some kind of global, statement about that, and I'm thinking particularly the Boston-based. I mean, we have area, but Boston-based would be nice to know how much money is coming in for our students on scholarships and merit, et cetera.
I think we can do that.
No, I mean, it doesn't have to happen next week, but
Of course,
at one point, it'd be nice to get that report on an annual basis, I think.
of course. Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Mr. O'Neill.
In that note, I just want to note that for at least the second year in a row, I noticed at the valedictorian luncheons that the single, I'm trying to think of the correct way to phrase it, the institution that the most number of students were attending was Northeastern on full scholarship due to the valedictorian scholarship that they put in place. And it's from a range of our schools, which I absolutely love to see. And Boston University also had quite a few as well, and they have 2 scholarship programs for our youth, the Menino Scholar programs, and I forget the name of the other one.
Community Scholar.
And the Community Scholar, right. But it was great to see, and unfortunately, I think this year, the valedictorian pool, there was only one going on to Boston College, I believe.
You're the only one
2,
keeping that count.
Right, but I congratulate Northeastern. For a couple of years ago, none of our valedictorians were attending there, and now 6 are on full scholarship. And I know having attended a number of graduations, at the EMK graduation, I think there were probably 7 or 8 graduates of EMK going to Northeastern as well. It was the school I heard the most, so I agree with you. It'd be great to see that report.
Yep.
What?
Wildcats, yep.
Huskies.
Well, thank you, Mr. O'Neill, and I know it's to your credit that,
No, it's not me.
in speaking with President Ayoun and noting the number of students that have gone on to Northeastern from BPS in the past, to the university's credit, they've done quite a bit to support our students in recent years, and so
I give credit to the
generally
university
appreciate
for
that.
that. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, they
Thank
should.
you. So if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion to receive the interim superintendent's report as submitted. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Tron. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Any objection to receiving the interim superintendent's report by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the report's approved. We'll move on now to general public comment. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Lecanto. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have 23 speakers signed up this evening, so time will be reduced to 2 minutes per person, and I'll remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Those who require interpretation services will receive an additional 2 minutes. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Written testimony is appreciated and encouraged. Any signage must not prohibit the participation of others. Please state your name and affiliation before you begin. TV cameras will only record speakers who face the committee. We'll begin with our students, starting with Grace Plunkett, Lily Dahlbeck, and Jaron Lee.
My name is Grace. It means to me so much to be at the Kenny School. All the teachers are very kind and they try to change our lives, give us knowledge, and make us grow to be a better person. Being a Kenny Scholar doesn't mean just to learn to me. To me, it's an opportunity to make friends, to grow up to be a better person, to love, not hate. And I hope everyone on earth thinks the same. So what does it mean to be a Kenny Scholar? It means to show Kenny pride, perseverance, responsibility, integrity, dedication, effort. That's all it takes to be a good friend and good student. And I hope that every kid will be able to achieve their dreams. And if they do, it will be because of this school. Everything will be because of this school. If you will give us a 6th grade, it will be able to say in school that I love and do my very best every day. My mom and dad won't have to worry about where my brother and I will go to school. We could stay right here with our friends and teachers we love so much.
My name is Liliana Dahlbeck, and this is my speech. Being a Kenny Scholar is great because we learn a lot, so then when we grow up, we can be a good person and be amazing. When we grow up, we can make the world a better place. We don't just go to school with to play with our friends, we can learn. Some kids do not get to go to school, so we should be happy that we do. As members of the Kenny community, we show Kenny pride, perseverance, responsibility, integrity, dedication, and effort. We are in control of our behavior. We are honest. We have goals. We do hard work. We achieve. Sometimes we don't, so we work harder. We don't give up, even when things are tough. We are amazing.
Hi, I'm Jaren. It means to come to school every day and listen to the teacher every day. You can do your best work and improve on your work to make the world better, to do what the teacher says to do. Make new friends every day, have a lot of energy each day, always show Kenny pride, have a lot of effort and responsibility, and that's how you be a Kenny Scholar.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mary Smoyer, followed by Sarah Gardner and Alicia Zip.
Our order is slightly different. Good evening. My name is Alicia Zip. I live in Dorchester, and I'm on the board of the Friends of the Boston Schoolyards. I've been involved with the BPS for over 20 years. I was the grant writer and community organizer for schoolyard improvements at the Edward Everett Elementary, and my son graduated from Boston Latin School in 2010. We are here tonight to introduce our organization, the Friends of the Boston Schoolyards, and to speak about the importance of outdoor teaching and learning for all BPS students. The Friends of the Boston Schoolyards is a nonprofit corporation whose mission is to promote the preservation and use of Boston's public schoolyards and outdoor classrooms for teaching and learning and for promoting a greener and more livable city. Boston's schoolyards are mostly safe, attractive, and centrally located neighborhood spaces and resources. They advance community development and help build social capital. I'd like to talk about our legacy. From 1995 to 2014, the City of Boston and Boston's philanthropic sector worked in a highly successful partnership, the Boston Schoolyard Initiative, to refurbish 88 schoolyards and build 32 outdoor classrooms at public schools throughout Boston. Over the life of the BSI, the City of Boston and the Boston Schoolyard Funders Collaborative invested over $30 million in capital improvements to the schoolyards. In addition to the Boston Foundation, that group included over 25 corporate and private foundations that contributed to capital improvements, the community design process, and teacher professional development.
20 seconds.
The schoolyards and outdoor classrooms in the BPS schools benefit tens of thousands of children who use them every day. The benefits and efficacy of teaching outdoors have been well documented. Children tend to be more creative and engaged in learning when they are outdoors, and outdoor learning benefits students in all academic subjects, as well as in their social, emotional development, their health, and the development of environmental consciousness and stewardship.
My name is Sarah Gardner, and I'm on the board of the Friends of the Boston Schoolyard. I'm a retired Boston teacher with 38 years of experience engaging and inspiring students through outdoor learning. Since establishing the Friends of the Boston Schoolyards as a 501c3 in March 2017, this is what we have been doing. We hold monthly meetings of the steering committee and key partners, including 2 people from the original Boston Schoolyard Initiative, representatives from BPS Science Department, BPS Facilities, and the Boston Nature Center. We hired a part-time communications associate. We have a Facebook page with over 100 followers, send a monthly newsletter, and have established a website. Our website is resources for teachers, administrators, and families, as well as links to research on outdoor learning, news stories, and our partners' websites. We have surveyed the schools about their needs, successes, and challenges related to outdoor learning. We have worked with BPS grounds and sustainability departments to create procedures and documents addressing schoolyard maintenance. We have partnered with 9 organizations who provide a variety of resources and supports for outdoor learning in the Boston schoolyards, and this number is growing. We are hosting partner meetings to facilitate communication and resource sharing, as well as to brainstorm new and creative ideas and collaborations between organizations that facilitate outdoor learning in BPS, the Science Department, and Sustainability Department. One of the projects that grew out of this sharing was a USDA grant between Project Strive, the Sustainability Department, and Green City Growers to create a job training program in land management that will benefit our Strive students as well as our schoolyards. We are currently waiting to hear from the USDA. A second project that came from this collaborative work was a professional development offering, Science in the Schoolyard, sponsored by the Arnold Arboretum, the Museum of Science, and Friends of the Boston Schoolyards, held on 2 Saturdays this May. We have written a grant to participate in the Boston Foundation's Place Leadership Network. Notification of selection will be sent out in early July.
Good evening. My name is Mary Smoyer. I'm on the board of the Friends also. During my 20-year career in the Boston Public Schools, I led the effort at the Trotter School to establish an outdoor classroom, and I still volunteer 2 days a week at the Trotter to facilitate outdoor learning and teaching. I live in Jamaica Plain. We are here tonight to ask the Boston School Committee and the Superintendent to make outdoor teaching and learning a priority in the Boston Public Schools by instituting a new position, Director of Outdoor Learning, and by supporting maintenance of our schoolyard spaces. This request comes directly from our vision. 1, that all students in the BPS have regular outdoor learning and play experience, which instill in them an appreciation of the natural world. 2, that all principals and teachers value outdoor teaching and learning. 3, that every BPS has an outdoor teaching and learning play space. Research shows that hands-on learning is essential for academic and life success, and that, as a basic social justice equity issue, all children should have access to nature. We believe that Boston can be a leader in outdoor education, and our BPS students will grow up to be stewards of the land. We conducted a survey. We received 92 responses to our survey from 60 schools, or more than half of the BPS schools. Our survey data shows us that teachers want professional development and help with maintenance to successfully carry out outdoor teacher and learning. We agree that these are the key components for success. Therefore, we ask that you direct the establishment of a 3-year position, Director of Outdoor Learning, for the 2019-2022 school years. After much discussion and thought, we recommend that the staff person be attached to the science department, with the expectation that the person will work across the curriculum in other areas, including ELA, the arts, and math. We have drawn up a job description, which we are leaving with you. We also ask that you support the facilities department as they meet the continuing maintenance needs of the schoolyards. Please support our students as they learn and grow and graduate. And this is my colleague, Alma Wright, who's also on the board, who just came to support us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our next speakers are Marie McIsaac, Bonnie McMaster, and Susan Levy. Is Miss Isaac, McMaster, or Levy with us? Okay. Our next speaker is Michael Heischman, followed by Bobby Jenkins and Mario Delcy.
Mike Heischman, Dorchester, also a member of the Boston Education Justice Alliance. Part of my testimony is my shirt. Fund our schools. Our schools, as well as other low-income communities across the state, are seriously underfunded. Over the years, I've testified before this committee and encouraged you to provide more support for our students. Sometimes part of your response is absolutely correct, and you point out that there's only so much that the city can provide and that we need more state aid. So I've been up at the State House, I've been lobbying my legislators, and I urge people watching this, me on TV right now, to contact your state rep and state senator and ask them to support the Promise Act, which would bring an additional $1 billion for K-12 public education and additional $500 million for public education, the Cherish Act. While you've been encouraging me to do the right thing and to look for other sources of income, I haven't seen the school committee support this very, very important initiative. So my request is at the next meeting, or at this meeting if possible, that you pass a resolution asking the state legislative delegation in Boston to support the Promise Act especially and the Cherish Act. The second thing that I want to talk about is school reconfiguration. I'm a retired teacher from Chelsea. I personally support the K-8, 9 through 12 model. That's my personal recommendation. However, I am very concerned that once again, you have not gone through the appropriate process of involving the community in this very important deliberation and discussion. So I hope no decision will be made today. I also note that in terms of middle schools, that overwhelmingly it's overrepresentative of African American and Latino children. You have not once again involved the community in this important deliberation. Also, I'm concerned that this is a major, this is a major decision, and next month you can have a brand new superintendent of schools.
Mr.
Thank you
Heischman,
very much.
you.
I heard you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bobby Jenkins, and he'll be followed by Mario Delcy and Karen Plunkett.
Good evening, all. Good evening, school committee, interim superintendent Laura
Good
Perrell.
evening.
I'm here to talk about a number of things real quick. With the grade reconfigurations and the Bill BPS plan, I would just honestly and strongly suggest that when these changes are made, that we look at what we're going to gain and have equity in all of our schools. And I mean that under the Bill BPS plan, I'm a member of the Bill BPS CAC, which is the Community Engagement Advisory Council. I'm also on the Hub Schools Planning Committee. So I'm involved in a lot, and I see a lot because I'm a part-time BPS worker at a number of schools. So I see what can happen and see the work that is done for our teachers. But I just don't want schools to be fighting for space, fighting for funding, as like, say, for instance, the Shaw School. Looking for space for the Shaw School and starting that community engagement is good. Showing transparency and getting the community involved should be what we definitely do on moving on with the new incoming superintendent, in which the interim superintendent has started. But schools like the Kenny, who want a K-6, should not be fighting over those dollars, because to make sure, as you know, the Kenny, they can expand, but also don't take away from the Shaw and the Dorchester Mattapan line that needs schools. Madison Park, my alma mater, school site council member as well, that we take a look at the 1970 buildings. That building was built in in the latter 1970s and needs a lot of work, which I know that because of the school committee, the city councils have been very, very big on making sure that Madison is taken care of. But just like those 70 schools, I mean, we're having a lot of problems with those, making sure that they're not forgotten. And most importantly, we guys in Madison Park, that school is doing a lot of great things. They're moving in the right direction. It shows what they're doing, and also to make sure they get an admissions policy, please. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
Mr.
Jenkins.
Jenkins. Our next speakers are Mario Delcy and Karen Plunkett, and they'll be followed by Mimi Turchinets.
Good evening. My name is Mario Delcy, and I'm here on behalf of the Kenny School parents. I'm here in response to your recent decision to deny the Kenny Elementary School's application to add a 6th grade, starting with the 2020-21 school year. This decision may seem small in light of the 14 schools that received a yes, and the smaller size of the Kenny and the large C of Boston elementary education. But the impact is anything but small on the parents, teachers, and staff and students who have labored the last few years to turn the Kenny into an energetic, compassionate, high-achieving community school. Allowing us to open a 6th grade that is strongly desired by all constituents would eliminate one of the few barriers holding us back from even higher levels of achievement, make our learning community stronger, and reduce the stress and trauma associated with school transitions. When my son entered the Kenny School in fall 2012, it was a level 3 school, open 9:30 to 3:30. There was no active parent council. The site council met at 4 p.m. and was composed of the principal, 5 teachers, and me. It was a small, caring school, much as it is today, but it was missing focus, a vision, and parent engagement. The turnaround in all of these areas over the last few years has been amazing to watch. Principal Brian and the instructional leadership teams have tightened the focus on reading, challenged students to write with more attention to planning and revision, introduced a math curriculum that is more rigorous than the standard curriculum and nationally respected, and adopted an inclusion model. The Kenny's level 1 status is proof that this has worked, but the turnaround has not just been academic. Parent Council meets year-round, engages in multiple fundraising activities, and operates numerous staff and teacher appreciation events. Site Council has a full contingent of voting parents and parents who come to the meetings at 6 p.m. because they care so much about the school.
20 seconds.
The Kenny now has a structured before-school program and an amazing after-school program. But the lack of a 6th grade is holding us back from even higher levels of achievement, and it brings pain and sadness to families like mine. When my son started at the Kenny, it was accepted the Kenny was an okay place to be until 2nd or 3rd grade. And then it was time to move on to schools with a K-8 structure or an AWC program. With the transformation of the school, this is no longer how parents feel. Parents want to stay. However, because of the pressure of the exam school preparations, the broad desire to limit transfer, and because there are so few ways parents can choose their child's path through BPS, the Kenny continues to lose students in the later elementary grades. This disrupts the learning community, hinders additional school-wide academic progress, and creates undue pain for parents and children.
Mr. Delsey.
As a school site council member, I feel strongly the addition of 6th grade.
Mr.
will
Delsey,
make-
pardon me.
Yes.
We have 2 minutes per speaker. You're
Okay.
past your time. I see you have something that's written there. If you'd like to submit that for us,
Sure,
we
I
can
will. Okay.
share that around. Thank
All
you.
right.
My name is Karen Plunkett. I'm a mom over at the Kenny School. Our hopes were raised when we were given the opportunity to apply for a K-6 expansion. Principal Bryan and her staff worked incredibly hard to come up with a smart and creative solution to make that happen. And you cannot begin to imagine the crushing blow we all felt when we read in the Globe that 17 schools were granted this and we were one of 4 denied. Our frustration and anger was palpable on the schoolyard that day. We watched families of 3rd and 4th graders in literal tears as they digested the hard choice that they would now be forced to make. If they were given a spot at a different school that had a 6th grade, do they take it? Tearing their children away from friends and teachers and a school they love. You can do better than this. You should be proud of the Kenny and all it's become. Principal Bryan and her staff are amazing. We see day in and day out how tirelessly they work, and I implore you to walk through the Kenny any given day of the week. What you'll find is a safe, happy, and productive learning environment. The Kenny supports each and every student's needs, and they make sure the curriculum and supports are in place to maximize kids' growth. As a public school teacher myself, I am blown away by the model of inclusion that they have created in such a few short years. Learning is not limited to content and curriculum, and the culture of Kenny Pride is not just a cute acronym, but a way of life for our Kenny children. Your job, your function in our community is to aid the schools in every way possible. It's your job to provide these schools with the supports that they need to help our families. You should be trying to retain us instead of driving us out. The Kenny needs and deserves a 6th grade, and you have the power to make that happen, changing the course for hundreds of families' lives. We love our school, and we don't want to be forced to leave. You can simply solve this problem by doing the right thing. Say yes. Say yes to a school that's gone from a level 3 to a level 1. Say yes to a staff that works tirelessly to teach our children day in and day out. Say yes to 300 families that need to eliminate this insane and unnecessary stress. Say yes to families who want to see a win for a great school. Say yes and provide Principal Bryan with the support she needs in any of the proposals that she's put forth to you. We love the Kenny and we want to say, we're tired of seeing our children draw the short straw. We're tired of hearing no. Say yes.
Good evening, Superintendent, school committee, and community leaders. My name is Mimi Turchinet. I'm a resident of Hyde Park and a candidate for District 5 City Council. And I was asked to speak to you tonight by some of the stakeholders in the community, specifically around Build BPS and briefly on the budget. I want to applaud the committee and Mayor Walsh on the decision to bring on Dr. Brenda Caselius as the next superintendent. That being said, I do have some concerns. With Dr. Caselius starting on July the 1st, I would urge you not to vote on any new policy matters today. Specifically, the launch of Build PPS K-6 expansion for 2020-21, the community engagement process, 2, Build PPS grade configuration, and 3, Build PBS McCormick Middle School and BCLA merger. While a vote may feel critical at this time, I would urge you to wait for Dr. Caselius to start. She was brought on because she's an educational expert and a leader, and I would suggest allow her to lead. She must have time to review these proposals and add her stamp. While these proposals may feel well thought out, and I'm sure they are, Dr. Caselius needs the time to review them and to see any particular items. We owe her the respect to wait until at least the next school committee meeting so she can review them before there's a vote on them. Additionally, I do have some concerns about school closures. And I have some questions. What will happen to the English language learners and the high needs children? Will there be enough services for the 7th and 8th graders? Will we still be able to serve them adequately? Where will they go? I'm concerned that we do not replicate what we saw in West Roxbury Complex when classes of children did not stay together, when their teachers were separated, when special needs kids didn't get the needs that the resources and services, and they were scattered about. I would implore the committee to provide an opportunity for the new superintendent to review these proposals so she can, as I said before, put her stamp on them. Briefly, I would also just say, please restore the $20 million from the budget, because we need to make sure that teachers' positions are not eliminated and that our most vulnerable students' programs are not cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turchinitz. Our next speaker is Peggy Wiesenberg, followed by Luz Zenquist and Alex Dahlbeck.
Good evening. I support the proposed merger of the McCormick and Boston Leadership Academy as a new citywide high school serving grades 7 to 12 and its proposed partnership with UMass Boston. This is an exciting and unique opportunity for a BPS magnet that will attract students seeking a high-quality high school option within BPS that admits interested students by lottery rather than test scores, grades, and essays. However, I strongly urge you not to approve any feeder pattern for assignment of 7th grade students. BPS high schools are and should remain citywide schools. Neither the McCormick school leader nor its site council discussed or were consulted about establishing a feeder pattern of elementary schools that would guarantee seats for students attending certain elementary schools in Dorchester or South Boston. When this committee voted to switch from the 3-zone assignment school choice system for families to select elementary and middle schools within the boundaries of one of 3 zones, to the home-based market basket system for families to select elementary and middle schools within their customized market basket of schools, the committee did not adopt any feeder patterns or home-based choice plan for high schools. It would be a radical step for this committee to establish a home-based feeder pattern of high schools and, in effect, create K-12 mini-districts within our city, whether in Grove Hall or in Dorchester or other parts of the city. Such balkanization will undermine our district public school system. This is dangerous given the build-outs of privately operated charter school K-12 mini-districts in certain sections of Boston and the Boston Compact's agenda for a unified enrollment system for district and charter school choice. This is even more dangerous given the recent studies that document how racially and economically segregated our city is, not to mention the ugly history of Boston school feeder patterns that prompted the infamous Morgan versus Hennigan litigation. In sum, I urge you as a policy-making body for BPS to reject the feeder pattern proposal being proposed by the interim superintendent and associate superintendent Mary Driscoll. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luz Zenquist, followed by Alex Dahlbeck and Dr. Price. Is Ms. Zenquist with us? Alex Dahlbeck?
My name's Alex Dahlbeck. I am a proud parent at the Kenny Elementary School in Dorchester. So on behalf of the students, teachers, parents, guardians, everyone else who makes up the strong and supportive community of the Kenny School in Dorchester, we are here today to request strong consideration for the addition of a 6th grade to our school. This change will not only show that the administration supports successful schools, but will allow the Kenny community, which has been strengthening year by year, to continue to thrive and grow. And while I strongly support the sentiments of my fellow Kenny community members who have already spoken, my stance on the need for a 6th grade is fueled by some more personal fundamental concerns about the state of the public school systems. Just for a little bit of background, I'm not only the parent of 1, soon to be 2 students at the Kenny, I'm also a proud graduate of the Boston Public Schools. So I have seen firsthand the effect that changing schools can have on students, families, and on a school community. I attended the Quincy Elementary School in Chinatown, which was also similar to the Kenny, a successful K-5 elementary school. And when I reflect on my time there, all I can think about is how much it reminds me of my daughter's own experiences at the Kenny. It's a diverse, inclusive community of learners who are proud of the school and proud of their school culture. And just as I'm anticipating for my own children, when the end of 5th grade rolled around for me, my friends, classmates were scattered across the city. And the uncertainty of what came next caused many parents to enroll sons and daughters in parochial school, private school, or pack up and move out of the city altogether. And just like that, my peer group disappeared. I'm the only one in my family to complete the full 12 years in the Boston Public Schools. My parents were unable to navigate the intricacies of the system and find a path that fit the needs of my younger siblings. And as a mother, I'm now experiencing the same uncertainty for my parents felt nearly 30 years ago, and nothing has changed. And this is the fate we're trying to avoid for my children and their friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Albert. Our next speaker is Dr. Price, followed by Emma Patton and Mary Battenfeld.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Carlos Price. I'm a person who has many roles. I am a research fellow at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and at Harvard Medical School. I have a fellowship at the Broad Institute of MIT and Harvard, and I'm an instructor at the Harvard Extension School. However, the most important, proud, and as you can see, often challenging role I have is being the father of Micah Price, a first grader at the Kenny Elementary School. Now, I'm a person who likes data in my field. So in 2010, a study out of Columbia produced strong evidence that school transitions for kids in middle school were harmful for students. And that was measured by a decrease in scholastic achievement, which was statistically significant. The good news is that subsequent study by 2012 out of Martin West, who was at Harvard School of Education, found that these children who suffered these decreased scholastic achievements eventually recover. The bad news is that recovery wasn't noted for all the students until 10th grade. 10th grade, that's 4 grades after this transition that it took all the students to recover. It's kind of, to me, it is chilling that these changes can have profound, partially irreversible effects for years on our children. Now, I understand in our proposal, there was a strong concern about the ability for special education students with the addition of 6th grade. Personally, I am thrilled that these topics are discussed and that they're important. Another role I have is that I'm the older brother of a teenager named Chad, who's a special needs student. There was an early point, we're originally from Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland, gotta represent, go Ravens. And there's an early point we were concerned because we thought that Chad might have to leave schools, change schools. And the concept for special needs students is that his concept of familiarity, his students, his fellow colleagues, and the teachers were the foundation of his learning environment. And to disrupt that would have been detrimental. However, the School of Maryland was fortunate because we found education requirements through the school and the school committee to support him, so he was able to stay. I'm also proud and happy to note that he has since then thrived, and yesterday he graduated high school back in Baltimore, so good for him. There are many points I could stress, but for the sake of time, I really want to stress one point, and that's the concept of stability. In oncology, we change hospitals, we change fields pretty frequently. It kind of creates a system of instability. It weeds out, it selects for the best, but I'm worried that this system of instability is dangerous for our children.
Thank you,
so
Dr.
thank you very
Price.
much.
Thank you, Dr. Price. Our next speaker is Emma Patton, followed by Mary Battenfeld and Ruby Reyes.
Good evening, Superintendent Pearl and Boston School Committee members. My name is Emma Patton, and I'm a grade 3 special education teacher and the after-school director at the Kenny School in Dorchester. Mayor Martin J. Walsh visited the Kenny School in April of 2019 and then touted it in the Boston Herald as a school that is vastly improved on his watch due to an outstanding leader, an outstanding system of teachers and parents. Yet a couple of weeks later, the Kenny community was disappointed to be one of only 4 schools turned down of all of those that applied to add a grade 6 as a part of the new Build BPS program to create K through 6 schools. Coupled with our late start and dismissal times, the lack of a grade 6 makes us extremely less desirable to many families than other schools in our zone. The BPS school choice system pits us against one another, forcing us to compete for not only the coveted 8:25 start time, but also for enrollment. For a family, selecting a school is far more complex than considering simply the quality of the school. Ultimately, we lose students to schools that offer a grade 6. Every year at the Kenny, families leave when they are offered a seat at a nearby school that does not end with a grade 5 after being on the wait list. Some even transition as late as October. These families are devastated to leave, but cannot risk the chance that the school choice will work in their favor for middle school assignment. And so they go, not because they want to move out of our community, but because they feel that they have no other option. We lost 2 fifth-grade students in October who had attended the Kenny since kindergarten. Our fifth graders were in tears saying goodbye and sharing poignant memories. Their parents did not want to be in this difficult position of having to think about where students will go in a year or 2 or 3. One student who left felt so strongly that he held signs at the recent Dorchester Day Parade saying, "The Kenny needs a grade 6. This is the #1 parent concern at School Site Council, with parents repeatedly saying how much they love the Kenny community and don't want to leave. As teachers, we do our best for our students and families every single day. We feel tremendous frustration with the loss of our students being beyond our control, but it's not out of yours. In surrounding cities and towns, schools do not have to compete within their own district for enrollment. Here, parents are forced to agonize about which grade their students will transition from one school to the next and wonder which school they'll be lucky enough to get a long-term spot. Over the past 4 years, the Kenny has more than tripled our state accountability level, achieved level 1 status, and has been nominated for the School on the Move Prize. We've improved our climate, family engagement, student academic outcomes, and social emotional experiences. We've increased our partnerships from 6 to 14 and created an outdoor space that hosts soccer teams and flourishing gardens.
Ms. Patton, if we could get a copy of your written remarks, we'll share it with the committee.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Patton.
Thank you. Ms. Battenfeld.
Hi, I'm Mary Battenfeld. I'm a longtime BPS parent, and I'm wearing my Bruins shirt, and I will be leaving soon. I wanted to speak to ask you to not approve tonight the overall grade reconfiguration, as and this will reiterate what my colleague Ruby Reyes will be saying next on behalf of Beja, and that Quest wants, and what Quest said at the May 22nd meeting. At that time, we gave you a list of questions. They still remain unanswered, as far as I know. Megan Wolf testified on some of the inequitable possibility of it. Even tonight, we see the way that inequity seems to be built in because you have not examined yet or had not had a clear enough process. For example, as you note, schools that applied were mostly below the district median opportunity index. So in this K through 6 reconfiguration, and in eliminating K through 5 schools, potentially closing those schools, you're actually disadvantaging some of the more needy schools. There are few ELLs, as you have noted, in the schools that were approved for K through 6. In fact, the Manning and the Hale, 2 of the schools you approved for a K through 6 expansion or proposing for a K through 6 expansion have the lowest numbers of English language learners in the city. So there are many unanswered questions, and what we're asking is that you wait until our new superintendent comes on board, that you review some of these questions, you not vote on the overall grade reconfiguration. At the very least, I think you owe the community an explanation why you need to vote tonight on a longer term plan for grade reconfigurations. If you don't explain this, the community is going to be left with feeling trust. It's going to be left with feeling what Shirley Lung in a column in Globe today as the explanation for why to vote now, as Lung wrote, closing school buildings that are no longer needed is not exactly the way to win a popularity contest, and the interim that way doesn't have to worry about pressure from special interest groups. So if you could at least explain why you need to work on this now, but ideally, please don't vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruby Reyes, and she'll be followed by Maria Cristina Blanco.
Hello, my name is Ruby Reyes. I'm the director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance. But BEJA continues to call for a moratorium of Build BPS until we have received a comprehensive plan that shares the following: a 10-year timetable for facility maintenance, relocation, construction, and closure of our schools with swing space planning built in, an analysis to determine if plans are equitable by race, socioeconomic status, neighborhood, disability, and linguistic groups, an impact analysis to understand the effects on students, families, and neighborhoods in the city, a financial report including estimated costs for rebuilds, relocation, maintenance, program expansion, and swing space, an educational plan regarding programs, grade reconfiguration with school feeder patterns, extended learning time, and student assignment. Up to this point, there has been no community discussions of the pros and cons of middle schools existing. The ramifications of closing middle schools would disproportionately impact Black and Latino students at higher rates because middle schools are majority Black and Latino students. More immediately, we want answers to vital equity analysis for Black and Latino families. Will there be scenario planning of feeder patterns between schools? Will you continue to reduce school budgets, essentially starving them of fundamental necessities before closure, or will you close them immediately? Will you surplus these buildings back to the city so they can become luxury condos? The Build BPS plan does not answer fundamental questions like, what are the long-term plans for schools across our city? How will the recommendations of the plan affect students and communities? Many of you have asked for additional materials to answer these questions around reconfiguration. We ask that you not vote tonight. I believe at the last school committee you were asking for additional information. BEJA also asked repeatedly for this school committee to support a resolution to publicly stand behind the Promise and Cherish Acts. You have not done it. The state funding will provide incredible support to current BPS students and graduates. So we again ask tonight that one of you make a motion to endorse the Promise and Cherish Acts and that you pass it unanimously. If you're not willing to do that, you owe it to the children of Boston to explain why you won't.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. You passed your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Cristina Blanco.
Mr. Chair, sorry for interrupting, but just, I noticed a number of the Kenny folks are leaving. May we specifically ask that everyone from Kenny who presented give their written remarks to Ms. Sullivan? I just want to make sure we're able to get them.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good evening. Ms. Blanco.
Hi, so I'm here, I'm a member of the governing board at the Boston Community Leadership Academy. I'm a community seat on that board. I previously was a parent seat, and I was here last school committee meeting when the proposal about the merger with the McCormick was presented, and at that meeting, BCLA was recognized for our strong parent involvement and our student activism, which is very true of our school, right? But this process has been kind of fast-moving and confusing, so I'm here to make some clarifications about our position on the proposed merger and our concerns about continuing the autonomy and the leadership mission of our school. So I remember committee member Robinson was asking at the last meeting about, you know, the BCLA, like what is it and what are its programs. And in addition to what was presented, I just want to emphasize that our school, it's about leadership in service of the community. That's our mission, that's been our name, and that's why I stayed on, you know, as a parent. My daughter graduated last year, but I stayed on because I wanted the same opportunities to develop that community-based leadership to be available to future students. And I can think of a lot of examples that, you know, maybe you have heard of about how their student immigrant movement chapter had to defend a member of their group that was picked up and detained by ICE and missed almost the whole school year, and they mounted a deportation defense campaign, connected him with legal services, raised thousands of dollars to pay his bond, and got him released and back in class. And he's in class this year, still learning. And, likewise, I've sat on overnight buses to DC, right? So they could participate in the March for Our Lives that was organized by one of the teachers there. I've watched the civics teacher reenact the jury trial of Mumia Abu Jamal so that students have historical understanding and also understanding of the, issues that we struggle with. These students walked out and they were part of the advocacy around the budget cuts in 2016. These students had a walkout in 2014 after the Eric Garner verdict, down to the Hyde Park police station where I can tell you, those cops need to be educated by our students. So I am very impressed and proud with that, with all the community leadership strands that are going on at the school, and I really none of us on the governing board want to see that lost or watered down in the merger. And the other issue is that
Ms. Blanco, I see that you have some notes written there. If you could hand those in to Ms. Sullivan, we'll review
No, I need to finish what I'm saying because
Blanco,
we as a governing board
Ms.
are
Blanco,
a
excuse me, Ms.
pilot
Blanco.
school.
You have
and
time to speak, and you are not going to speak over the chair. You will be recognized. And
we
then your
as a
time
governing
is up.
board are in a
Thank
pilot
you.
school, and we're not going to have our autonomies taken away from us, okay? We did not actually, we voted on a letter of interest. We voted to approve a letter of interest, but we did not actually take a vote to approve the merger or to approve any new school that comes out of it. And we insist that our autonomies be recognized. And I don't know why that's not reflected in the report that you put out for tonight. We had Mary Driscoll, or whatever, Driscoll,
Time is up, Ms.
come
Blanco.
to our
I'm going
governing
to
board
repeat
meeting
again.
last week,
If a person
and none of what we
continues to
talk about
disrupt
is
the
reflected
meeting
on
after
here.
a clear
We
warning,
said that we
the
want
chair
a
has
chance
the authority
to
to
approve
order the
or
person
reject
to leave.
the
If the
planned
person does not leave,
comes out of the
authorities may
design
be
committee.
called under the Massachusetts
because
Open Meeting
otherwise
Law.
you are completely abrogating
if you
our status
continue
as a
to
pilot
speak-
school. Our governing board is supposed to be able to
Sullivan, can
approve
you
or
please
reject
inform the cable
any
office to shut off Ms.
new
Blanco's
school
microphone?
form that we're going to take. So you need to listen to this feedback.
Ms. Blanco, thank you.
You should not vote on this. You should
I'm going to tell you once again, this is your last clear warning. You will finish speaking now, or you will be removed by officers.
Otherwise, being a pilot school means nothing.
Ms. Blanco, you will be removed. Please leave. You are done.
Mr. Locondo.
I have an officer in the room. Would you like to be removed?
Would you like to thank me for my testimony and for coming out here to share my concerns before I leave?
Ma'am, this is not a conversation. You will be removed immediately. Officer.
Mr. Locondo, that concludes our speakers for public comment.
I'm going to sit here and watch you vote.
Do we have anybody left for
That
public comment, Ms.
That
Sullivan?
concludes our speakers for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Our first action item this evening is the consent calendar, which consists of 2 international travel requests, in-kind donations with an estimated total value of $500,564.42, and grants for approval totaling $1,203,144. I'd like to turn it over now to the interim superintendent for any final comments.
I'll just note, as you look over the consent calendar for the grants, that 2 of the larger grants are for schoolyard renovations that are supported by the CPA, the Community Preservation Act.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there further questions or comments from the committee?
I strictly note that I appreciate that that's in there, and I hope we can continue to expand that effort in the future as well, as was noted earlier.
Well, thank you, Mr. O'Neill, and I intended to note the expenditures from the CPA funds as well in my comments tonight. I believe it was both the Higginson K0 to 2 in Roxbury and the Otis School in East Boston, who both organized their parent communities and went out and advocated both here at the school committee as well as through the City Council and the Community Preservation Act Committee itself for funding to support the expansion of each of those playgrounds. And I'm happy to note, typically when we fund capital expenditures through the district, it takes a couple of years and a couple of cycles in order to get those expansions done. And through the CPA funds, we're able to greatly accelerate that. And both the Otis and the Higginson will be renovated and expanded this summer. So we'll be very happy to be out in East Boston and Roxbury in the fall to cut ribbons on both those facilities. Are there further questions or comments from the committee?
Yes, Chair, I have
Thank
just
you,
a quick
Vice Chair.
comment, not a question, but a comment on the ESOL culinary training, which I thought was great for older ESOL adults. And I just wanted to put out if there was a possibility for those ESOL students to be considered or apply to some of the positions here at BPS in our culinary department. So just thought, it's not a question, but whoever's running that show, that it seems like it would be a good pathway for those ESOL graduates. Okay, thank you.
That's an excellent idea. Thank you, Vice Chair. Further comments or questions from the committee? If there are no further comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Any objection to approving the motion, the consent calendar by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the consent calendar is approved. Our next action item, and we're actually, I think we have 4 more votes on this evening, as well as a number of reports, so I apologize if this seems a bit laborious and repetitive this evening, but this is the business of the committee. Our next action item is the revised maximum age student assignment and enrollment policy. And you'll recall that at our last meeting, the interim superintendent or leadership team, including Assistant Superintendent Tommy Welch, presented a proposal that offers a long-term policy solution to an issue the district has been working on for several months now, stretching back actually more than a year, as a matter of fact. At this time, I'd like to invite the interim superintendent to offer any final remarks.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto. And yes, during our last meeting, we proposed a revised maximum age student assignment and enrollment policy for the district. As the chair mentioned, bringing a long-term policy solution to a topic that we've discussed at length this school year. The school committee policy approved in 1999 established a maximum student age of 22, which is reflective of state law ensuring public education for students with disabilities up to their 22nd birthday. In BPS, historically, this has been extended to all students, particularly those in our alternative education programs, but that policy does require the exit at age upon turning 22, regardless of where that date falls in the school year, and that was the nature of the concern with the existing policy. So this policy revision includes a specific process to monitor and advise around graduation for older students, providing guidelines for the counseling and progression toward graduation through transitions to adult programming at the beginning of a semester. Additionally, the Re-Engagement Center will become the department that oversees enrollment of overage students, among other new responsibilities. One of the issues with the past policy is that there was no clear point of contact for navigating and monitoring proactively the progression of our older students through the system. The revised policy also expands the range of program options at Boston Central Adult High School. This is actually a diploma granting high school that is operated by the Boston Public Schools for adult learners. And so the new policy expands the range of options for Boston Central Adult High School to meet the needs of overage students in an adult education setting, which includes both day and evening programs, and new in this policy, the opportunity to authorize satellite programs. And while the specifics of those satellite programs are not in the policy, as an example, BADA, the Boston Adult and Technical Academy, would be one of those is already organizing its plans to be one of those satellite sites. So a yes vote, or with a yes vote, overage general education, I want to specify that students in special education with this policy will continue to be governed by the, and their needs met by the special education department through age 22 and their transition planning. With a yes vote, the overage general education BPS students who turn 21 years old on or after September 1st will be allowed to remain enrolled for the entire school year and through the following summer session if needed. So one of the big shifts in this policy is it now focuses on enrollment age as opposed to completion age, with a more proactive look. With a no vote, students in traditional and alternative education programs would continue to be required to exit from the district upon turning 22, no matter how close or far they were from graduation. We believe this policy, which was thoughtfully developed over the course of this year, with significant input from teachers and school leaders from the Boston Adult and Technical Academy, with leaders from our special education department and our English learners, as well as our legal office, and then led by Tommy Welch, Assistant Superintendent for Alternative Education, fixes a long-standing problem and establishes a more proactive set of programming options through 22 for a broader range of students.
Well, thank you, Superintendent, and thank you to Mr. Welch and Ms. Nielsen for being here this evening. I know you two have worked, carried the lion's share, as a matter of fact, of the work this year and working through the many iterations of this policy and certainly responding to the needs of our special education community as well as our overage learners community and working with the teachers at BATA, the headmaster, Mr. Helfat at BATA. And I know a number of my fellow members have been very interested in pushing for a equitable solution for the question that's been put before us. And so we applaud you and thank you for that work. I wanted to open it up now to members for questions and discussion. Mr. O'Neill.
A very quick one, and especially in interest of the length of the agenda tonight. And actually more of a statement than a question. I do support the revised work on this. Thank you very much for the work that you've done. This is a big difference from what we initially started thinking about last year and then even a few months ago. I want to continue to express concern over the potential funding and staffing implications for the Re-Engagement Center. We're giving them a significant amount of new responsibilities here. I understand, Ms. Nielsen, that the IEP decisions will still be made by your department, will not be made by Re-Engagement?
No.
Okay.
No, it's similar to how it works now. They send it to our department for review.
Okay, and I know folks from Welcome Center will be helping the Re-Engagement Center, but I just want to make sure, I want to get it on the record, and I want to say we'll be watching this closely to see the impact on the funding and the staffing levels and the funding levels by putting this additional responsibility on the Re-Engagement Center. I think it's a great idea to put it there. I want to make sure they're staffed appropriately, trained appropriately, and supported appropriately. Having said that, I am very much in support of the revised work that you've done overall, and I thank you deeply for the incredible amount of work that has been done on this, including to our legal counsel who helped advise on this matter as well, because we have some thorny legal issues to sort through on here. So I thank the district for their leadership on this. But I'll be continuing to be watching on the Re-Engagement Center funding and staffing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Are there further questions from the committee? Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am going to repeat the same thing just because I know that we have a long agenda, but I think it's really important. I do support this. I do think it's different from when we originally started, and I like some of the pieces, especially the starting really early to look at a plan. I think that's great. And then the shared responsibility, and I do think being in the Re-Engagement Center is the right place, but I also worry about the staffing as well. So I just want to echo Mr. O'Neill's points that we really look at that because we don't want any youth to go through the cracks because we don't have enough staff in that office. So it is really important that we look at the overtime, how much work it is, track that, and what are the resources that are necessary in that office to make sure.
Yeah, and this is something we've been discussing as a team, as an alternative education team over the last couple of weeks. As a matter of fact, tonight Manny Allen is unavailable to be here because they're on a 2-day retreat with his entire team to discuss just this. I saw the agenda yesterday. Bulk of this is talking about the processes that we're going to be digging into this summer. The policy shifts the responsibility of all overage students to get that first look by the re-engagement specialist. We're assuming the workload is going to go up a little bit. But when the new year starts, it's one of our plans is to carefully assess what that looks like. Because one thing we don't want to do is take away from their specialty, which is going out, bringing kids back in, for the process of managing students and assessing the records. So, there are a couple ideas that we're kicking around there. Manny and I are actually looking at other models for similar urban school districts across the country to see what their version of a re-engagement center looks like, and it is something we're committed to going into our budget season moving forward in the fall.
Thank you again, and thank you, Vice Chair, for your question. Yes, Mr. Tron.
I would like to echo my committee members in extending our thanks to you. This particular policy is of particular interest to me. I was, as you know, I was a bilingual high school teacher back in the 80s. I hope that this policy was in existence back then. This policy is something I think would transcend between different communities, particularly those immigrant communities who had lived through political upheavals and who faced discrimination because of their political contradiction. So when they came here, they are at the age that is not appropriate for high school. And they also carry with them certain disabilities because of those experiences. This policy is something that reflects that the school, the Boston Public School, does care about immigrant children. So I do applaud that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Tron. If there's nothing further, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the revised maximum age student assignment and enrollment policy as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We're now moving on to our next action item. Oh, well, we should actually take a moment to congratulate, sometimes with a long agenda, you're just trying to get through, and I know, and I'm not a hockey fan, but I know many people are. So in any case, we should take a moment to just reflect, and thank you for everyone else slowing me down here. The work that Mr. Welch, Ms. Nielsen, Ms. Lazat, the superintendent, and a number of the staff members throughout the district, again, has been extraordinarily responsive, and again, is meant to thread a needle, quite frankly, and support a number of our highest needs students and students that just need that extra push to get through to the end and move on to the rest of their careers. So we applaud your work and thank you. It's been a long time coming. So moving on now, our next action item is the district's Build BPS grade configuration strategy, by which the Boston Public Schools would become primarily a K-6 712 and K-8 912 system, offering BPS students educational experiences that require fewer transitions for most students while still offering a wide variety of various choice options. At this time, I'd like to invite the interim superintendent to offer any final remarks.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto. You all may remember that at the May 8th school committee, we had a very in-depth presentation on the overall grade configuration strategy and proposal before you. This discussion of narrowing the range of options to move toward a K-6 712 or K-8 9-12 as the predominant choice options of grade configurations has been under active community conversation in multiple community meetings and school committee presentations since October. As the planning processes have rolled forward, we felt it was important for that to be enshrined in policy as a general direction, keeping in mind that there will remain variations as the district moves toward this, as more schools convert, but also there will continue to be some variations within that. Our early education centers some of our high schools that are actually 6 to 12 rather than 7 to 12. So the policy is really to endorse two predominant models to facilitate future decision-making, enrollment planning, as well as the building strategy under Build BPS. So we do have the team here to answer specific questions, but just at the highest level, we are requesting that the school committee vote for the district to adopt a predominantly K-6, 7 to 12, and K-8, 9 to 12 grade configuration, while continuing to preserve our strong early education configurations. We are seeking this policy to reduce the number of transitions for students by creating clear educational pathways for families. The current number of transitions disproportionately impacts our traditionally marginalized students. I will point out that while we are transitioning, while the district is transitioning, there will continue to be student transitions because some of these will be phased in over time, but in directionally aiming toward a system that allows families the choice of a single transition along their child's K-12 experience of their choosing. This policy also addresses shifting enrollment patterns in upper elementary and middle grades to better leverage our existing facilities to meet citywide student needs, with special attention paid to the needs of our most vulnerable learners, placing a priority of equitable placement for our students with disabilities and our English learners, both in specialized strands. This move to an overall grade configuration strategy also recognizes family choice, that many of our families are choosing alternative options around our remaining standalone middle schools, which have shifted from 18 about 10 years ago to 6 today. We know there's no perfect strategy when it comes to grade configurations, but I believe the district will be well served by the school committee's support of this student-driven Build BPS proposal. And the school expansions, I do want to mention that the school committee is approving the overall grade configuration concept of K-8, 9 to 12, K-6, 7 to 12. Individual decisions about when a school changes its grade configuration or adds a 6th grade, those will remain operational and managerial decisions. So the policy is not endorsing individual schools' grade configurations, but rather the overall concept and direction of these two predominant pathways. So I will stop there and turn it over to questions.
Well, thank you, Superintendent. We'll start with Dr. Rivera for questions. Thank you.
So, thank you, Superintendent Pearl. I had a question, though, about that point you just made about the vote tonight, because there are there's 6 schools that we're voting on tonight for approving a 6th grade. Is that correct?
No, tonight's votes are about the overall K-6, 7 to 12 grade and K-8, 9 to 12 configuration strategy as one vote, and then the McCormick BCLA selection of partnership for a design process leading to a 7 to 12 as another vote. Those do impact and involve the additions of 6th grades, a cluster around the McCormick, as well as the new citywide opportunity that a number of schools applied for. But you are not voting on the individual schools' grade changes, just the policy level, and then the McCormick BCLA identification of partnership. We did include that information in all the materials in our presentation so that you would understand that was a Build BPS update, but is not part of the policy. So individual school grade configurations is not part of the policy.
Okay, because I was just confused. It says implications of a yes vote is that the proposal will add the 6th grade to these following schools. And so if this is really about a planning process, I'm just confused a little bit about, and that was really going to be my question, is both about the individual votes on schools. Will that come to the school committee? You're saying it's operational?
Right, so individual votes on grade configurations when schools change their grade configurations are not brought to the school committee for individual additions.
So who decides on that then?
I was just, we vote on open and closing of schools, but not individual grade configurations.
Okay, okay.
Sorry
Just,
for it.
I'm new, so I'm just
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah,
find
that
out.
That wording was confusing to me as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, it was
Yeah, we
confusing.
apologize for that, and we'll be more careful on those in future.
Okay, and then the other question I had was, we're talking about that we're voting tonight a yes on a 2-year planning process. But
Dr. Rivera, if I can interrupt, the
Yeah.
2-year planning process is with regard to the McCormick, so
just with the McCormick.
yes.
Okay. But there is also in East Boston and Charlestown a 2-year planning process underway. I'm just trying to figure out why was one accelerated within, it wasn't a 2-year process for the Edwards timeline?
The Edwards is on, so, yes, let me clarify for a moment. So, this vote is on the overall policy of 2 preferred pathway options in BPS, K6, 7 to 12, K8, 9 to 12. The individual school grade level configurations are then operational decisions that are made by schools in collaboration with the district, but not part of the policy. The planning processes through Build BPS around major configurations, major reconfigurations, for example, of middle schools, those are designed with a 2-year intensive planning and community engagement process. So for the Edwards, there's no vote being taken on the Edwards. That was simply an announcement that 2-year intensive planning process was beginning, driven by shifting conditions and also school community demand across Charlestown and East Boston, and need for additional elementary seats. So anything that comes out of that process will be determined through the community engagement and planning process over the course of the next 2 years. So if there's a major decision of a policy level, that would come back to the school committee. But for right now, that is simply beginning the intensive community-based planning process.
Okay.
And that is not part of any vote. That is simply part of Build BPS, is to identify when we can begin to engage in a reconfiguration conversation, which requires some possibility that we know where we can put 7th and 8th graders and 6th graders, which is why the grade 6 expansion is connected to the middle school conversations. So McCormick was the first. Now the enrollment and family choice demand suggest, and the acquisition of the Paris Street property, which was one of the key other missing elements, was the ability to increase elementary space in East Boston. That then made it possible to now begin the intensive planning process that will impact Charlestown and East Boston.
Okay, I ask these questions because I've heard from a lot of folks in the community concerns about, the role of the parents' voice and the community input in the decision-making around the configurations. And so you're saying there is a community engagement plan for that, and just confusion about what we're actually voting on tonight. Some people think we're voting tonight on closing some schools. That is not the
Absolutely
case.
not.
You are not. You are not voting on that. And again, there's a lot of conversation around community engagement and what does that look like. I think one of the big steps forward in Build BPS is that we have established a pattern of an intentional 2-year intensive planning timeline where possible for all of these major configurations. So that is what's happening with East Boston, the Edwards, and Charlestown, is that we are at the beginning of that intensive planning and community engagement process that involves school leaders, it involves school site councils, it involves school parent councils, and it involves broader community conversations. Some of the elements that will be talked about, these are coming from long-running community conversations as well as school-based conversations. The aspiration to add 6th grade in East Boston, the need to align programming around students with special needs and English learners, the desire to bring the middle schoolers from East Boston who are currently going to school in Charlestown back to places in East Boston that they can fit, which they currently do not. And then to address the need for additional early elementary and elementary seats in Charlestown, and then expand opportunities for K-1 across both neighborhoods. All of those are the pieces of the puzzle. How they all fit together is what will be worked out over the course of this 2-year planning period.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Ms. Reyes, did you have a further question?
No, I think that answered my
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Turning my attention this way, Dr. Coleman, did you have a question?
Just for that, just one thing, again, it's trying to complicated process, a lot of information here, and trying to figure out what we're voting. Thank you for the clarification. The vote is on approval of the basic configurations, which I think is, we've asked for and the communities look for, and the devil will be in the details, but that's not where we're voting right now. But on page 14, there's the planning discussion with the Grove Hall Alliance. That's not, I just want to make sure that's not, and we're not voting about that. And there'll be opportunity to hear more about how that will interact with our choice system is upcoming, right?
That is correct. And that is another example of a planning process, an engaged planning process requested by that group of schools to look at opportunities to align how the schools feed into each other.
Yeah, okay. I now think that's a very radically different approach than we've been using before. Exciting, but different.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. And I think it might actually be helpful in my initial comments. I shaped those around what the language of the actual vote is, but it might be helpful for furthering and clarifying the conversation here if I were to read off what the vote would be for this evening, the motion that will be on the floor shortly. It will be ordered that the Boston School Committee hereby adopts a grade configuration strategy by which the Boston Public Schools is primarily a K-6, 7-12 and K-8, 9-12 system, offering BPS students educational experiences that require fewer transitions for most students while still offering the choice of various options. So that's the context, that's the concept that we're voting on, and that gives support to the district for, that ratifies this idea of moving towards less transitions and all of the other ancillary benefits that go along with that. Mr. O'Neill.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a healthy discussion. I appreciate the questions. And Superintendent, I almost chuckled when you said this conversation's been going on since October, because in fact, this has been a multi-year conversation at this table. I think this body historically, as the district, has been very frustrated by the fact that we have about 23 different grade configurations. I don't know what the exact count is right now, Superintendent, but last I saw it was around 23 grade configurations.
Close, yeah.
And it's very confusing to parents, and we as a body have been frustrated by it, and certainly the greater community has been extremely frustrated by it. Personally, it's one of the top complaints I hear from parents about, we just can't figure it out, it's too confusing. And so this has been coming for a while. I think this body in the past pushed the district for what does the research say, and because we wanted to make a research-based decision. And the research that the district did, and quite frankly that members on this committee did, show that there was plenty of research that showed a K-6, 7-12 model worked, and there was plenty of research that showed a K-8, 9-12 model work. And look at Cambridge, they've gone back and forth between the two. There was very little research that showed the middle school model was working. And when we compared that to the enrollment challenges that we've been facing as parents have been moving out when they have concerns in those grades, when you look at it a year-by-year basis, grade-by-grade basis, it's very alarming. I think this is kind of a consensus high-level strategy policy statement that this board is putting its foot down on. I think it also reflects very strongly the recognition of the hard work of many of our communities that fought to become K-8, and they get very nervous if all of a sudden we were going to switch back to K-6. So it recognizes both, and and hopefully if we do this right, we will have a variety of K-6 and 7-12s and K-8, 9-12s throughout neighborhoods, so parents can choose. Do you want your 7th grader in a K-8 building, or do you want your 7th grader in a 7-12 building, right? So it's important that we have a variety of these around the district. I also note, and I can say this definitively, we were all sitting here, but I specifically asked Dr. Casilius her thought on this during the public interview process. And I believe she was very supportive of it. However, she pointed out that even when you have high schools that are 7 to 12, you should have a middle school strategy. And if you have K to 8s, when we talk to K to 8 leaders, you should have a middle school strategy. The teachers who teach 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students will tell you they're some of our most unique students. And so I think the main feedback I've heard from Dr. Casilius on this is that she is supportive, and correct me if you feel differently, Superintendent or the Chair, but that she encourages us to make sure that there's a middle school strategy in how those students are treated in each of them. I do want to say, so I think there's a lot of good in this. I think it recognizes the feedback we've heard on a multi-year basis. I think it recognizes the hard work of communities that fought to go to K to 8, though I think it cuts down on the transitions for parents, and it gives flexibility now for the district and schools individually to decide what, do they want to be K to 6, do they want to be K to 12, what do they want to work with the district on. Same thing for the high school leaders. Many of them want to go to 7 and 12, but some also want to stay at 9 to 12. So I think this gives us a range while also, and provides choice, but cuts down transitions was important. My number one concern on this is what I expressed last time, which is the impact of the schools that are remaining at K to 5 for now, as exemplified by the Kenny earlier tonight. I'm concerned about what's going to happen to enrollment to them. I do not want us to get into a position where people either feel that we are intentionally or unintentionally starving those schools for enrollment and therefore for dollars through weighted student funding formula. And so I do believe that if we adapt this, we are going to have to be speeding up the cycle of how schools move to either K to 6 or K to 8. I appreciate the planning process that was done in the McCormick. That was an about turn by you, Superintendent, based on the initial feedback from the community, and I think you set the pattern. And so I appreciate you saying, now we're going to have this conversation about the Edwards, and there are, the Irving, the Timothy, and the Frederick Pilot, right? Are the others that are also going to have these?
Timothy and up Boston.
I'm sorry? Yeah, these are the ones that we're going to have conversations as well. But I'm particularly concerned about schools like the Kenny and others that are K to 5 and what's going to be the impact to them. And I think we're going to have to accelerate those conversations as we start to move so that we don't have unintended consequences of hurting those schools that are staying right now at K to 5. This is not telling these schools you are going to stay as a K to 5. This, if I understand it correctly, you are saying you will be moving to K, most likely will be moving to K to 6 or K to 8, if that's what our vote is, and we say that's our predominant focus. So ultimately, you will be moving to those, but we have challenges to figure out about how you handle students with, what your physical space is, how you handle students with needs, and what was the third criteria, Ms. Driscoll? The financial implication, was it?
The implication on the schools that would have been the receiving schools. So if we move a school to K6, what's the unintended consequence to a school that would have been receiving those students had the school not kept them as 6th graders?
Okay. So I personally think this policy is reflecting what we have heard for a couple of years from the community, and I think it fits with the academic research and the right thing to do based upon our enrollment and everything. I think we have to have a very heightened sensitivity to the schools that are currently at K to 5 and have heightened communications with them so that they don't feel that we're intentionally or unintentionally trying to let them wither on the vine, and work with them very proactively on a time frame of how they can move to either a K to 6 or K to 8.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Superintendent?
Yep. So I'll address a couple of these points because I think they may be common questions and some important clarifications. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. So in terms of the research base, which was discussed at our presentation on this policy before, the strongest research connection is about minimizing transitions. So it really is, so to your point, some districts may choose K-8, 9 to 12, some may go K-6, 7 to 12. The research is strongest around minimizing the number of transitions, and our current multi-grade level system means that many families, many students go through, on average, 3 to 5 transitions currently in Boston with that many different grade configurations, and this will reduce that. To the point about middle grades, I think we want to distinguish here between standalone middle schools, which is the physical building structure, and middle grades, which is the important and specialized teaching and learning environment, experiences, and opportunities that we want to provide to all of our students at their developmentally appropriate educational moments, and certainly the middle grades years are one of them. So there is an active conversation. Dr. Caselius is both expert in this as a former middle school teacher, someone who has spent a lot of time focused on high schools, on making sure we have a middle grades approach regardless of the physical configuration. We will, for some time, continue to have students in standalone middle schools while they're transitioning. We'll have them in K to 6s, K to 8s, and 7 to 12s. So Mary Driscoll has started the convening of a middle grades working group. I expect that work to accelerate and continue. Also, we've talked about design principles in 7 to 12s that create separate and specific space for middle graders. Some of our high schools that are 7 to 12 or 6 to 12 already have separate entrances. So there are a number of things, both in terms of learning environment as well as programming, that will continue to be a priority to meet the needs of all of our students, regardless of the configuration they sit in. On the topic of the K to 6 expansions, I want to point out that we have already accelerated that timeline. So when we first began to talk about transitions to K to 6, when we brought out the Build BPS report in October, we looked at conservatively only beginning those grade 6 expansions when we were doing a middle school reconfiguration. Because of the long-standing conversation about our grade configurations, we have actually 40 schools citywide that have all expressed interest in adding a 6th grade. These are 40 of our K to 5s. And in response to that, we actually accelerated the timeline by producing a set of early criteria that schools that could meet those criteria could add their 6th grade sooner than waiting for when the middle school near them converted. So that is why a number of schools stepped up, and we did begin to accelerate that process. And so your point about making sure we pay attention to how quickly more K-5s can go to grade 6 is both our intention, but also demonstrated by the acceleration that we engaged in this year. We will have to carefully watch the enrollment implications, but we also want to respect the fact that some schools aren't quite ready or aren't able in their existing space to add the 6th grade. So for example, the cluster of schools around the McCormick, not all of them are ready to jump on the 6th grade bandwagon, but enough of them were that we can safely accommodate the 6th graders in that area. And so we were able to say to the schools who weren't ready, that's okay, you can take another year or two as we work with you to support that plan, just as we're working with schools that wish to go quickly. So this will be an ongoing conversation, but a very active one, so that progressively more of our K to 5s are able to move to the 6th grade.
I'll also add that there will be some schools that do remain K-5 because they feed into a 6-12, such as the Dudley Street School that feeds the Dearborn. So that's a K-5, and it will most likely remain a K-5 as long as the Dearborn remains a 6-12.
Thank you, Ms. Driscoll. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for just elaborating on the middle grades, because I think when I read this, it is very focused on the transition, which I think that is important and it is part of the conversation. But the other part is that our middle schools we have not seen high numbers of enrollment. And when we look back at that time when we had middle schools, the research was around having middle schools and the importance of having middle schools be separate from high schools. So for me, it's really important when I look at this, that somehow what gets translated into the mission, vision, wherever that lies, that there is some statement that talks about the middle grade piece since we will not have middle schools, it is a unique population that it's a very different, a very wonderful, unique population. And I just feel like when I read this statement that is not captured, so I appreciate your saying that, but we need to capture that and that stays front and center to the work that we do. As, I don't know, somebody testified, I mean, our middle school population is predominantly Latino, African American, Black, and it is also around equity. And so I want to make sure that we do not lose that, although we've seen those particular schools have less enrollment, I don't want to devalue the work that's happened, and we need to make sure that we have practices that have to do with, working specifically with middle grade. So I do want to see somewhere, wherever that is written, as you come up with that, and maybe it's not in this vote because this is just about like the configuration, but somewhere as we move forward, that this body gets presented, what is the strategy, and have that in writing, what's our vision, what does it look like, and I would say also that I'm glad you addressed also that some schools will stay K-5 or in different configurations, and the other piece around making sure those conversations are happening for schools that are not ready to jump to be a K-6, because I wouldn't want to see people feeling the pressure of having to be a K-6 and losing things that they have in their school. So if they have an arts program or if they have a cafeteria, but now they feel the pressure of I have to be a K-6 because I'm not going to be able to survive. So I do think as we move forward is I'm glad you're having those conversations, and we will just have to, I think, be very, very vigilant and be on top of this on a much more regular basis to make sure that we might not, again, know the unintended consequences, but we're able to shift quickly when we see that some of our schools, might be getting hit with something that we didn't think of. But I do support less transitions. I just, again, want to make sure that the middle grade strategy, philosophy, again, is front and center, and that we don't lose that, and we stay true to that. So thank you.
I'll just make 2 points. One is that on the middle grades sort of vision, strategy, program, and learning opportunities, I think that is something that the district, and together with groups of teachers and educators who are working on this design work, can regularly update the school committee on. I think that's an important point, and so we will note that. The other is that I think there have been a number of comments tonight about the concentration, not just of Black and brown students, but high-need students across multiple dimensions in our declining enrollment middle schools. And in fact, the grade configuration policy that we are seeking to have you approve is designed to ensure that we can build school environments that are sustainable and large enough and diverse enough to have the kind of programming that doesn't leave us with schools that become concentrations of those high-need students, so that a robust K-6 should have general and inclusion programming, should have 1 or 2 specialized strands serving students with disabilities, should have 1 or 2 specialized strands, whether that is an SEI or a SLIFE program for our English learners. And in order to do that, you need to be in at least a medium-sized, if not larger-sized, school facility, appropriate with the therapy spaces, with the sufficient classrooms, with the breakout rooms to facilitate all of that programming. That's actually what we are trying to get to with this configuration policy. So it's quite the reverse of some of the implied statements, but rather getting to that equity of program placement will be facilitated by this policy and by the approach to building school environments that meet broad citywide need. And the last point I want to make in terms of the K-6 expansion, the pace, and any pressures on schools that are not ready. I think we've demonstrated this year that we made room for schools that were not quite ready to add a 6th grade, and by that same, this is around a middle school conversion like the McCormick, by that same token, with the criteria that we put forward in response to community demand to allow the acceleration of sixth grade in other citywide, they're not citywide schools citywide, that requested this. Specifically, one of the criteria was that they had to be able to do it in their existing space without wiping out all of their 21st century learning space. They might make a few compromises, but they could not wipe them all out, and those compromises would come at the request of the school community. And another tenet was that they had to be able to do it for all of the students in the building, including their specialized strands and their English learners, and that the space could not diminish the way they met the needs of those students. And again, those criteria were an early opportunity, not the only opportunity to add a sixth grade, but an early opportunity. And it's not just 17 schools that want to go sixth grade now. There's actually 40. So we had to have some transparent criteria that put the needs of students front and center.
Thank you, Superintendent. Ms. Robinson, you had a brief additional question.
Thank you. Clearly, there are going to be budgetary implications about this, and so one of my hopes is that as we begin thinking about next year's budget and the issues that usually come before us when schools have diminishing populations, that we will take this into consideration and to make sure that any school that by virtue of some of these changes begins to lose students, that we will be able to have some kind of slush fund that keeps them intact during this transition period, and that we have an end date, in a plan as to when they will be able to transition to a K-6 or whatever. So that's one request that I would have.
There are two ways in which we're approaching that. I think the first is for the middle schools where we have identified an end date or transition point. For those schools, we're moving them away from weighted student funding so that their program is not, and their budget is not dependent on enrollment in the same way that the other schools are, sensitive to the declines in a 10 to 20 student in any given increment. What we want to make sure is that the student experience stays the same, that they're able to fund the same level of partnerships. And I think there will be adjustments to schools as programs shift related to the K-6 expansion, but we want to do that in a way that does really preserve the middle school programming. And then the question we've been asked a lot is, what is the commitment to middle schools as we transition as a district to make sure that they are not, they're not just the schools that people are moving away from, that they become a school of choice, or that they offer innovative opportunities for students. And we will be beginning to explore that with the academic team and have those conversations as part of the transition. But we are committed to making sure that any changes to those schools is a very hands-on approach where we are supporting them and thinking holistically about their program, not just sort of handing them their projected enrollment and then having them left to sort of deal with that transition on their own.
Mm-hmm. Is there any appetite at all for keeping one freestanding middle school? I mean, we're saying that we're moving towards, primarily K-6 or 7 to 12s, et cetera. But the question is, will we find ourselves 2 years from now, because of whatever, trying to go back and recreate one? And I don't know whether that's even feasible or not, or maybe within some of the K-8 schools that they would be large enough that there could really be that middle school strand versus a middle grades strand. Because some of the issues that have come before us too, with the struggles of some of the existing K-8s, is that they either were not robust enough, did not have enough students to be able to afford all the specialists or whatever. And so the question is, are we making sure by providing more opportunity, we're not going to be weakening by having too much choice? I worry when we say we have 40 schools wanting to do one thing. Do we have students that can really fill the sixth grades of those 40 schools adequately? How are we making sure that we're not weakening some things to provide more choice?
I'll let Nate pick up with the detail, but the transition of the remaining middle schools will be somewhat gradual over the course of the next, so roughly 8 or so years. That 2 of them are now in process, so the McCormick is most actively in process. We'll come back and speak about that in a little more detail. The East Boston, Charlestown, and Edwards Middle School process has begun, so that's on a 2-year design. and then the others will be subsequent to that, and each of them with a 2-year intensive planning and design phase. So I think there will be some natural graduation for the school committee to review and the school department to manage. And then, Nate, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I would just add, I think the last time we went through a major transition in the district, I think it was something like 18 schools were merged or closed in order to create a massive expansion of K-8s in the early, or almost 2008. So that was a decade ago. When that happened, there were a lot of unintended consequences that the system went through that we have been unpacking and working around in the 10-year since. The more gradual and thoughtful rollout that we're looking at now, that starts with the McCormick, that names 6 schools to be this sort of pilot citywide expansion, affords us the opportunity at multiple steps in the process to assess for impact and then report back to you those impacts, and possibly stop later and say, look, in the first rollout of K-6s that didn't involve a middle school reconfiguration, we saw this unintended consequence and it had an impact that we need to mitigate against. Or as we start to transition and what we learned from the McCormick, certainly we've learned a lot from the McCormick teachers and from the process that we've gone through about how to do that going forward. There's going to be outcome learnings that we have as well, and transition learnings. And so staggering these and rolling them out affords us sort of a natural opportunity to learn, reassess, and modify our plans. That I think is better than the last, everyone's asking us to move more quickly. It's a common refrain you hear from parents all the time. You heard it tonight from parents. They want K-6, they want it tomorrow, they want the middle school's transition, they want it as quickly as possible. We understand that, but we want to be more thoughtful and really get the opportunity to just make sure as we go that things are going as we expected them to in terms of the outcomes for students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooter. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Well, just briefly to sum things up, I'm really excited for this. This is the work that has been going on for I think the lion's share of the time that I've been on the committee, and I've been on the committee almost 6 years now. And what it is this is the work that's been delayed, in my view, and this is just my opinion, over a number of decades, as this district has shrunk from a district of more than 128,000 students and probably close to 180 schools to what we see today, which is right around 55,000, 56,000 students, and still in the neighborhood of about 125 buildings. And so, as we've shrunk with respect to the enrollment. We've shrunk at times, and in very stark ways, as in 2008, with respect to the buildings that we have within this district. But we haven't had the requisite care, again, and this is in my view, that has been owed to thinking about how students move through our systems. And the superintendent's absolutely right in pointing out that the guiding light for the research that points to what we need in this system is less transitions. We need stable academic settings for our students. We need kids that are moving through our system. 14 years, a number of kids are in our system from K1 to 12. To have that one transition, or at least minimize those transitions, such that they're in the same social circles, and when they do move from building to building, those schools, whether it be a K6 to a K8, or a 7 to 12, or a 9 to 12, each of those school buildings has a reasonably predictable expectation of the enrollment that they have year in, year out, so they can plan for the programming and need for the students that come across their doorstep every day. And it's the programming that each of those school communities needs. The school communities that are in West Roxbury might not need the same program that you find in Roxbury. And so being able to have the adequate dollars that follow the students that come to our buildings through the weighted student funding formula or through the opportunity index, and to be able to use those dollars effectively and consistently to provide the programming that our students need. I think this type of reconciliation around what our grade configurations look like in this system will get us closer to that. We'll have more consistent resources, we'll have more consistent enrollment, we'll reduce our transitions, we'll reduce transportation costs, all in the name of being able to provide for the service to the strategic plan, bettering student outcomes, reducing opportunity and achievement gaps that we so urgently need for our kids. So I really appreciate the work that, it's just the three of you, Ms. Roberts, Ms. Driscoll, Mr. Cooter up here that are representing the hard work that I know the three of you especially have been immersed in, as well as the superintendent, but it's really the work of not only a number of our school leaders and school communities around the district to get to where we are today, but a number of the central office leaders here as well as members on this committee. I don't want to give short shrift to that either. We've been intensely, over a period of years, focused on this work and driving the district to, heed the thoughts and voices that we're hearing in the community towards where we find ourselves today. So if there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion now to adopt the K6, 7, 12, and K8, 9 to 12 grade configuration strategy as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just have to make a comment in relation to the comment you just made, which is I do appreciate the historical perspective. To me, though, we have approximately 56,000 students right now. There are about 72 to 75,000 school-age students in the city of Boston. So we have, as a businessman, I'm going to say we've lost market share. We've lost market share to parochial schools. We've lost market share to charter schools. To me, this is about putting our position in our district in a better position to respond to what parents have been asking us to do, so that we are a more attractive choice for parents. To me, this is about putting us in a position to grow the district. It's not at all about, hard decisions that have had to made in the past to equal our buildings with our school population. I think we're there now. This is about putting our district in a position of school choices that are going to make us more attractive to parents. I want to see us grow market share in the future. So I just want to, I felt the need to
Absolutely,
stress that.
and
I know we all feel that, but I think
Yeah.
it's important that the community hear that. This is about
Absolutely.
growing Boston Public Schools.
And I think you're absolutely right about that. When you think about what are the exit points from our district, it really begins at age 4. It's parents that
Grade 4.
choose to vote with their no.
Oh, age
age
4,
4.
right, yeah, kindergarten.
Grade 4 is a point as well, but age 4 is where it begins, because that's when people that have the economic mobility to move with their feet or vote with their feet move out of our district and find something else, or find a private, or find a parochial, or go to a charter that might offer at that age. It happens again at grade 3 when people start to think about AWC or Excellence for All. It happens again once the majority of charter schools start to recruit at grade 4. It happens again at grade 6 when students start to think about the exam schools, and so on and so forth. And so, I think part and parcel of being able to provide the consistency in programming and resourcing across our buildings, so that families, no matter when they come to us, know that they have an expectation of a high-quality seat in a high-quality school that has the requisite programming that will benefit their students over the long run, is absolutely the marketing initiative that we need to retain students. So thank you for pointing that out. If there's no further comments, Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right. Well, thank you very much once again to the district and to my fellow committee members for seeing through this long process, which is certainly at a milestone right now, and we have much more work to go. But this puts us on the right foot going forward. All right. So our next action item is the merger between the McCormick Middle School and the Boston Community Leadership Academy, which will form a new open enrollment 7 to 12 school. You will recall that at our last meeting, school leaders Elvis Enriquez of the McCormick and Dr. Francine Locker of BCLA joined Associate Superintendent Mary Driscoll and Deputy Chief Academic Officer Andrea Zayas in presenting this recommendation, which marks the culmination of months of engagement and planning by a cross-departmental team, both inside the district as well as at the school level. At this time, I'd like to invite the interim superintendent to offer any final remarks.
So I want to pull together some themes that were brought up both during public comment but also in prior conversations, and then as we roll forward to this recommendation. So we are tonight asking you to vote on the selection of BCLA as the high school planning partner with the McCormick Middle School educators for this 2-year design process that will lead to a new 7 to 12 open enrollment citywide assignment high school, but with significant details to be worked out during the planning process in terms of governance structure, in terms of leadership, and in terms of programming design. There is a commitment from the planning team around developing the combined specialized programming, bringing those programs that the McCormick currently provides together with those programs that BCLA currently provides, so that there is a 7 to 12 pathway for those students, but that requires intensive design planning, and that is what the 2-year process will allow. So what you are being asked to approve tonight is the selection of Boston Community Leadership Academy as the planning partner to work with the McCormick Middle School and central office. All 3 parties will be part of the design team to design a new 7 to 12 open enrollment citywide high school located on Columbia Point in the renovated McCormick Middle School building. The partnership of the McCormick and BCLA will constitute an historic moment for BPS, marking the first new 7 to 12 high school to come out of the Build BPS process. A couple of important points around that design process. The reason it is 2 years is that there is intensive programming design needed, certainly in the first year, because by the second year, you're starting to actually implement decisions that will allow families to choose into that process, into those schools. The second is that, as was brought up tonight in public comment, BCLA, the 2 schools that are selected as planning partners have different governance structures. One is a pilot, one is a traditional school. How those 2 come together, whether it is formally a merger, whether one is closing and adopting the governance model of the other, these are all possibilities. These are all what will be worked out during the planning process. And with regard to BCLA's current status as a pilot with a governing board, they have requested, and we concur, that first of all, there will be a BCLA governing board representative on the planning and design team. The same is true for the Dever, which is a traditional K-6 school located in the lap of the McCormick School, and or vice versa. They share a campus. So there will be a representative, at least one from the McCormick. There is also great interest in both the support and the idea of a K-16 pathway. So UMass, University of Massachusetts, Boston, and the School of Education specifically will also not just have a role, but have offered their support for the design and planning process. The leadership of the school and the leadership structure will also be worked out during the design process. But with regard to governance, in addition to having a member on the design team to be part of that iterative design process, the BCLA board will be kept regularly advised of the design team progress, as will the school site council and school parent council of the McCormick. They're different but equivalent. And so those are all important. And then finally, the BCLA governing board will have an opportunity to review and provide their recommendation to the recommendation that will be going forward, or to the design proposal that will be brought back to the school committee, because you will essentially be creating a new or substantially revised school. Ultimately, the decision-making authority is the school committee, but the BCLA governing board will have an opportunity to review the design proposal and express their opinion on it before it comes to the school committee. I will stop there.
All right. Well, thank you, Superintendent. And since you mentioned a number of the programs that will be impacted by this work, and it coexist on Columbia Point, I did want to recognize we do have a couple of leaders. Joe Berger, the dean from UMass Ed School, is here. Welcome, Dean, as well as Mike Konopasis, who's no stranger to BPS and is the state receiver for the Dever School. Welcome to both of you this evening. And I'm sorry, and yes, we should recognize a number of the folks from the school as well tonight. There's not, we don't have Mr. Enriquez here this evening, but Dina Schechter and Nima Avashia, two teachers from the McCormick, are here as well. And Dr. Locker, our leader from BCLA. Welcome again, Doctor. We will move on now to questions and comments from the committee. Ms. Robinson.
I just have a question and maybe some clarification. We're saying the school will be an open enrollment school, and at the same time, we're still looking at the feeder pattern for the 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
elementary
That's a
schools,
very
so can I
important
have-
point
yeah,
that I
we need to
neglected
out.
to comment on. So this will be open enrollment. There is no feeder pattern in this proposal. There is no feeder proposal that all of the students from the K-6 go to the, from the K-6s in the area, go to the redesigned school. It will remain a citywide assignment, as are all of our high schools. So 7 to 12s and 9 to 12s will be citywide choice options, as is currently true in our policy. So I understand there were some suggestions and concerns that we were creating a feeder proposal. I'm not sure where that confusion came from. There is not a feeder proposal in this, in the proposal you are being asked to approve. We talk about feeder patterns and pathways often in terms of what families are choosing, what options are open to them. For example, we close off choices for a number of our students and families based on the programming that is available in school buildings. So we talk a lot about feeder pathways based on how families are choosing, but that does not mean that a guaranteed or dedicated feeder pattern is necessarily part of that. So there is not a feeder proposal that changes the way students will be able to access this expanded high school. It will remain citywide.
With the idea that we are creating a number of new K-6 schools, we have the exam schools are 7 to 12s. This will be one. How many more 7 to 12s would you see in the future creating in order for there to be not another jump that you have to leave a K-6, go to a K-8 to get into a 9 to 12?
Just a couple of things on that. One is that, and Nate, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because I always forget if it's 8 or 9. But BPS actually already has 8, 7 to 12, or 6 to 12s. I think people normally assume we just have the 3 exam schools. We actually have Tech Boston Academy, which is a 6 to 12. We have Boston Green Academy, which is a 6 to 12. We have Dearborn STEM Academy, which is a 6 to 12. We have New Mission, which is a 7 to 12. So the district has actually started this process. It is part of what informed our decision and recognition that if we were to narrow grade spans, the most viable, that recognized the diversity of our context but attempted to reduce transition, would be K-6, 7 to 12, K-8, 9 to 12.
These will all be open, and except for the exam schools right now, they're all open enrollment.
Well, we still have a number of our schools that have selective admissions requirements. We have certainly opened a conversation both through Build BPS and an ongoing dialogue with our autonomous schools around the challenges that selective admissions high schools create for us. That is a conversation we're having with a number of schools. Some of them are beginning to reconsider that. We are really pleased that the preliminary design team, inclusive of BCLA's willingness to elect into this process, to raise their hand, to be considered as a partner, came to us with also a full support statement with 80% of the BTU teachers at BCLA endorsing a statement that this would be an open enrollment high school. But again, many of the other details will be worked out, but the open enrollment is part of it.
Okay, thank you very much.
I do want to just be clear that there have been some conversations about the idea of potentially some walk zone or some sort of preference. There used to be a high school walk zone preference, as there currently is for elementary schools. And so that is something that through the planning and design process, we might explore and bring back to this body to say that we would like to have some preference for students that are coming from that neighborhood, but it wouldn't be a feeder where there would be no access to students outside of the neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Driscoll. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Reyes.
Yes, I'm happy to see that students are included in the stakeholders list and sort of who will be a part of the design team. And I'm also curious to know if there will be both students from BCLA and from the McCormick on the same time, and I'd also strongly advocate to have more students on that design team.
I'll leave our designers here to respond to that.
So yes, there's a really firm commitment to ensure that there's really broad and deep engagement from students and parents and broad community members from both schools.
Thank you, Ms. Sias, and thank you, Ms. Reyes. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I thank you for this presentation. And as I have said repeatedly, I thank the superintendent for the approach, the revised approach you took on this. And I think it was particularly led by the McCormick teachers, so I want to thank the ones that were here tonight representing a lot of your colleagues, because over the years you have taught us well about the value of middle school teachers. You hear me now talk about middle grade teachers. The McCormick led the way in teaching about that, and I thank you for it, and in your voice in this, how you proactively approached working with the superintendent. I also want to thank BCLA. BCLA is one of our shining stars in this city, and it is a focus on community leadership. We have seen that loud and clear from the students over the years. And I think the reason why BCLA was selected for the superintendent's recommendation on this is a recognition that it is a special school and it is doing good work. And combine that with the 80% support from the teachers says a lot to me, and the fact that the board for BCLA will be involved in the planning process, will be involved in making recommendations at the end as well, I think is critical, because that focus on community leadership is what makes that school special. And I think that's what they're bringing to the table. Success with those students and that focus is what they're bringing to the table in this conversation. So I want to make sure that that continues through this process. I do note, Ms. Driscoll, that you mentioned, Superintendent, you said there's not a specific feeder pattern in this, other than in the vote it says during the planning process, students in McCormick will have a priority feeder to BCLA. And I'd like to see that, because we do have the data in here that BCLA has been a highly chosen school for the McCormick students and a high attendance for McCormick students.
About 46%.
Yeah, it's hefty. So I'm glad to see that that's being recognized during the planning process. I also do point out, thank you for saying it, Superintendent, and I'm glad, Mr. Chair, that it is in the vote, that we're going to continue to have the conversation about do we do something special for the Harbor Point community. We have a potential here for the DEVA right next door, the McCormick BCLA, whatever it becomes, the 7 to 12, ultimately potentially with UMass Boston. So when you mentioned that there would be community representatives, is there going to be specifically someone from the Harbor Point community? Are we aware of that?
So the design team is actually in the process, or both of the schools are in the process of thinking through the full composition of that design team. And there's a real desire and commitment to ensure that there is community representation. So beyond each of the schools, partners, community organizations, CBOs that are either currently engaged with and connected to the schools through programming, et cetera, and also beyond that. So
I think, and I
absolutely.
forget the formal name, it may be the Harbor Point Residents Association or something like that. They have a strong vested interest in both of those buildings, have been strong partners over the years, and what was the name?
Tenants Association.
Harbor Point Tenants Association? Okay, great, thanks. Including one of the representatives has spoken with us many times, so would love to see some strong consideration for them. And I do think it's important. I understand that it will be the goal to have this as an open enrollment, but if we can do something special for that community to create, we have a unique opportunity with both a college on one side and an elementary school right next door. If we have a chance to create a continuous pathway, and I know we're just saying here that the district shall, during the planning process, the district shall also endeavor to consider the creation of a pathway. It'll be, I'm glad it's in here because that gives us something to come back and talk to you as you come forward with us about the planning process of how you reconcile that with the teacher's sense of that it be open enrollment citywide. So we don't want to take away from what's special for BCLA. We just want to bring it to folks and create a new opportunity here. So.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Just to comment on a couple of those that you have pulled out of the language. So yes, while open enrollment, the idea of some sort of priority for Columbia Point has been raised, has been referenced by the Planning Committee. It's been suggested by members of this committee. So what the statement in this this motion is to simply then ask the design team to consider that, to figure that out, but then to come back to you with the district's review as well about legal implications, about enrollment implications, but that they will consider that and see what is possible. Similarly, as you hear in Andrea's answer, in terms of the composition of the design team, we want to make sure that there is good voice from the McCormick community and the BCLA community, as well as the district, informing a really high-functioning design team. I do want to point out, though, for this committee, that the design team is not the only way to influence and to have input and voice to the design process. If I've learned anything this year, it's that it is important to have a functional design and working group that is really firing on all cylinders with proper expertise and support where needed, but that work group can then be charged with drawing greater input, testing their ideas in a sounding board with broader community, so that, it's difficult to have a 40-member representational work group that works. Right. So that we want to give some latitude to the design team to be functional, but then expect, and this committee should request, evidence that they have gathered input from other constituencies in other ways.
One of the structures that we used when we were working on the Mattahunt was we had a design team, but we also then had an advisory board. Ms. Robinson was part of that. So the design team would periodically put their thinking in front of that board, in addition to bringing it to the governing board of BCLA and the site council at McCormick. So that, there's a way to have lots of different iterative opportunities to get feedback on the thinking.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Thank you, Ms. Driscoll. Vice Chair Oliver Davila.
So I want to go back to the comments that you were just talking about. So I do think that it's important to have a functional team that can make decisions, but I think sometimes that's an easy way to leave people out when we have a specific design team of people who are experts, and then we lose the community voice. So I do want to say, we have a population of families that English is not their first language, and so I just worry that that voice will not be at the table. So I do agree with you, it has to be functional, but at the same time, there has to be a lot of touch points. It cannot just be this one little design team. There has to be a lot of touch points that include not just the parent council, but the families, and not just, you said that there would be some partner on the design team, great, but there are a lot of community partners, again, that as these decisions get made, they bring a lot to the table, a lot of programming, and they will also be affected. So I didn't see them pointed out here on this, little diagram that you have, timeline here of community partners is not on here. And again, I just have to really just say that it cannot just be the parent council and the site council, and there has to be a lot of touch points, translation, all of those pieces, because we want to make sure that it's an inclusive process and not just, something that, because it's easy for us to move fast, we're going to have these 5 people around the table. So I definitely want some report back with some evidence as well. And I also wanted to talk about my last point at last school committee, which is around, we continue to say that we are creating this culture of 2 schools coming together, which is not an easy thing when you're bringing different philosophies, et cetera, that will take a long time. And so we are having young people who were getting excited about, hey, we're going to have this new 7 to 12. And as you pointed out, Mr. O'Neill, many of the families choose BCLA. 46% is a good number. And I would think that, as a mom, if my child was in the McCormick and there was this possibility of continuing with their classmates into the new school, whatever that ends up being, that they would probably want to choose that. So I want to talk a little bit more about the priority feeder versus the guarantee, because I do, again, worry about the trauma that young people go through, and we're talking about, again, the transitions, and so to talk a little bit more about that. And I know we had some conversations about it, but I'd love to, so people know kind of the things that we've been talking about. Can address that.
Mary, do you want to take that? I'll just start out by saying that the wording in here is that during the planning process, and I want to specify, so during the planning process will be the same 2 years that the McCormick students will be in swing space while their facility is being redesigned, and some of the schools that are adding a 6th grade will have added a 6th grade in that same time period, beginning in September 2020. So that there will be a period, though, where 7th and 8th graders are in their swing space at the Irving. BCLA is still a 9 to 12 in its current building, which, by the way, is shared with another high school. Yep. And the 2 schools will be planning how to integrate and build out their specialized strands so that they go from 7 to 12. So the most difficult years are the 2021 and 21-22 in terms of figuring out whether or not all of the students who wish to from the McCormick, regardless of their special needs, will have appropriate programs already built up when BCLA is still in its old space without very much room, and they aren't in the new building by September. So that's the problem that we will need to solve for during the design process. That is the difference between a priority and an actual guarantee. A guarantee would be our goal, but because of the complications of figuring out both the programming and the space demands, while we're already in swing space and the BCLA is still in their old building, it's that 2-year period, and probably progressively easier by the second of those 2 years when it's closer to actually time to open the combined renovated school. So that's why the language currently reads priority, while the planning team figures out how quickly they can accelerate that, and we work with enrollment data to see where demand is. It could be that all the students who ask for it, there is sufficient space, but because of the specialized needs of students, we can't say it's a guarantee until we know it's actually guaranteed, and that takes the work of the planning team, particularly in the coming year.
So thank you. I understand the implications around the space and the specialized program. Thank you because we had another conversation so I could understand better. So I do get all of those pieces. I still remain concerned. So I would like to request that as we move forward, that there is some report back at each of these before the school year starts for us to understand where students are, where are the numbers, and kind of without, saying that it's a guarantee, moving towards guarantee as much as we can. Because again, this is like a traumatic thing for students. And also I think we need to make sure if we cannot guarantee that we are making sure we're working with families now, and what is the message. I would hate for a family to think that it is a guarantee if we're saying it's not a guarantee, but also letting them know at the same time that in this planning process, there's a lot of things to talk about, but we'll also be looking at how can we get to as close to guarantee as possible.
Yep, absolutely. And, part of it is that we want to be sure that what we're guaranteeing is something that is high quality and a match for the needs of the students. And so particularly in the area of, each school is bringing expertise in both an age group and as well as some specialized populations that they work with. And so the idea, I think, is when they come together, that expertise is all in the same building. Before they're in the same building, we want to be sure that we talk through whether it feels like the right point at which to ask one school to take on the expertise that the other school has about, for instance, working with students with emotional impairment or working with students who are in an ABA program. Certainly we will come back each fall before the enrollment season begins so that we can share with you the language that we're using with families for that choice season.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair, and we'll be certain to note these annual reports as you've requested on our annual meeting tracker to make sure these don't get lost over the ensuing years. I first want to say thanks to Interim Superintendent Peril. Your leadership this year with respect to listening to the McCormick community and others in the district with respect to thinking through, what's the best fit for this school community. How do we make these buildings work together? How do we make these school communities work together for the best outcomes for our students has been truly admirable, and we deeply appreciate the work in that regard. And we certainly appreciate the work of all the rest of the folks in central office and at the school level in working through all of these tough, complex questions. Because in many respects, we are setting a precedent and creating a template for how a number of these mergers and consolidations and reorganizations for schools will occur over the next 10 years and perhaps even beyond, considering the number that we need to work through. But nevertheless, it's grounded in equity. It's grounded in transparency and communication with our school communities, and it's grounded in making sure that, again, we're providing the best opportunity for outcomes possible. So we deeply thank you for that. So if there's no further questions from my fellow members, I'll entertain a motion to approve the merger of the McCormick Middle School and Boston Community Leadership Academy to form a new open enrollment 7 to 12 school as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and thank you once again to my members, my fellow members, for their thoughtful and insightful questions and for continuing to drive the community and the district on this process over the last year. We'll move on now to our last and final.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, I'm sorry for interrupting. I know you thanked all of us, but can I just may we collectively particularly call out to the McCormick's and McCormick and BCLA communities in particular for the incredible hard work they did on this. This is a lot different than how we started. I apologize, sir. I know you're trying to keep us on a tight track tonight, but I just...
Like I said, I am
While
not-
we're while on that roll, I want to make a shout out to UMass Boston School of Ed for stepping up this
Yes.
commitment.
And lastly, to the DEVA community, who was working quite closely on this as well. So I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Is there anyone we haven't recognized? I just want to make sure of that. All right. Again, I am not a hockey fan, so I'm not rushing on that regard, but we do have a lot of work to do here tonight.
I got a wife to pick up getting off a bus.
Our final action item this evening, and recall that we do have students coming up next with the BSAC annual report. The final action item this evening is a revision to the district wellness policy. You'll recall that our last meeting, Ms. Jill Carter, our acting assistant superintendent for the Office of Socio-Emotional Learning and Wellness, Dr. Jennifer Lowe, the Boston Public Health Commission's medical director, and Cheryl Tedisco, of the BPS Health who is the BPS Health Education Director, presented some minor policy language revisions to the committee for our consideration. At this time, I'd like to invite the interim superintendent to offer any final remarks.
Great. Thank you, Chair Lecanto. So quite simply, during our last meeting, we proposed, as Mr. Lecanto said, a fairly straightforward update to the district's wellness policy that leaves the policy largely unchanged, but adapts the language to more closely align with the district's priority of promoting culturally and linguistically sustaining practices, or CLSP, as we often refer to it. This is a longstanding priority for the district and also for the school committee. So the revised policy would specify how to ensure equity of access to health education for all students, particularly for students with disabilities and English learners. So a school committee vote is required to approve this modified wellness policy.
Well, thank you, Superintendent. And before we open it up to members for questions and comments, I want to extend a special thank you to the members of SPEDPAC, including their leader, Ms. Carolyn Kane, for bringing this issue to our attention earlier this year, and once again to the district for its very quick addressing of the issue with revisions to this policy. So we'll open it up now to members for questions. Are there any questions on the policy as presented? Well, good. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the revised BPS district wellness policy as presented. You guys can stay there for the fun. This is the big finale.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. Sounds like a second from Dr. Coleman. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and thank you, Ms. Carter, and to your colleagues as well. I know we had you here very late last time to talk about this policy, but again, you know, we really appreciate you taking into account all of the different differentiated learners in our district in revisions to our policy, and we appreciate your work with the Wellness Council as well in keeping up, keeping us at the forefront in this regard. Thank you, and have a good night. We'll move on now then to our first report, which is our annual report from the Boston Student Advisory Council. As you recall, we had our seniors before us just a little bit earlier. We're going to invite back two of them, along with Mr. Abraham Osorio of the Office of Family Engagement, to provide a presentation to the committee. I believe Ms. Monica Roberts, our Chief Engagement Officer, and a number of other individuals, and our student representative from the committee stepping down, Ms. Evelyn Reyes, will be presenting to us this evening. I'll first open it up to the interim superintendent for some opening comments.
I'll go very quick so we can turn things over to Youth Voice, but we are thrilled to have BSAC here tonight to offer their annual report. The BSAC members play an incredibly important role inside the district, offering their perspective on education policies and informing their respective schools about relevant citywide school issues. BSAC is one of the primary vehicles for student voice and youth engagement across the Boston Public Schools. Of course, not the only one, but historically and just in its organizing power, one of the very strong ones. I have long been a fan of BSAC's voice and advocacy for BPS youth. This is both in the many years in my previous role and then certainly during this year where I've had the opportunity to meet with them a number of times, support their projects as they return the favor, lending critical student voice to a number of our shared district initiatives. I do want to, before we hand it over to the students, I want to give a shout out to our student engagement team that supports BSAC, including student engagement manager Maria Estrada, who could not be here tonight due to a very significant illness in her family. However, we do have with us BSAC coordinator, our student engagement coordinator, Abraham Osorio. And I also do want to again thank our supporting partner, the Youth on Board Executive Director, Jenny Sazama. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to our presenters because they will tell us better than I can what they've been up to.
So good evening. I am supposed to do this quick overview so I will get out of the way. By way of background for folks who are not familiar with the Boston Student Advisory Council, the Student Advisory Councils are a provision within Chapter 71. It establishes student councils as a way of ensuring that student voice is at the policy level, so really as an advisory to the school committee. And I'm really proud to say here in Boston, we have a seat on the school committee as well as on a number of task forces and district working groups. So I think Boston is really a leader around student voice in that way. And tonight, our students will talk about how they are living out the mission that you see before you in the work that they're doing. Just by way of information about how students are selected, because often these questions come up, that is the work of the student engagement team. So the team, the BSAC team within my office, BSAC representatives are elected by their peers at the student government level. And so we take the work, the staff in our office take the lead in working with the academic superintendents at the high school level and ensuring that student governments are up and running. We want to thank particularly the school committee because every time someone comes before you, you do ask about student government, you ask about BSAC, you are advocating on our behalf, and that's really important. The work around student government is continuing. We have some things that we're going to be working with the academic superintendents on for next year to really try to bolster and make sure that all schools are represented. In particular, we want to think about how do we ensure the participation of our alt ed programs because part of our goal is to make sure that our student representatives are reflective of the BPS student body racially, linguistically, and programmatically. So that is part of what we're really hoping to do. So that said, the last thing I will say is I love all of my work, but I really enjoy working with the students. I'm really honored to work on behalf of them and with them. They are really reflective of all the great talent across our student body in Boston Public Schools. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to them.
Yeah, so this is weird. Sorry about that. But yeah, so BSAC utilizes many strategies and approaches to enhance diversity among the BSAC room. As you can see in the pie chart, majority of BSAC members are in fact seniors, and following that, juniors. And if you go down below, majority of BSAC members are of color. So yeah, BSAC has been working very hard to enhance and improve the diversity, and BSAC has been doing very well, I say, with a very diverse group. So we're really proud of that. And yeah, so 51% of all BPS high schoolers are represented. Many different schools, many types of schools are represented in BSAC. And 28% of students with disabilities are in fact in BSAC as well. And 25% of formerly limited English proficient people are also in BSAC, also known as FLEP. And 22% of BSAC members are English learners. And yeah, so we can go to the next slide.
Sorry. No, it's okay. BSAC does a lot of work both in and outside of BPS in order to make sure that students are
ready when going into the college field, but also just experiencing life and a career. A lot of the things that we do is, one example is badging that will allow leadership for students, so they can put this on their resume in order to prove to colleges as well as just anyone in career focuses that they do have the skills in order to advocate for themselves as well as others. There are 4 specific badges that you can receive: critical thinking, perseverance, communication, and teamwork. And these are all different skills that we consistently use throughout BSAC. Another thing that we have for BSAC students is course credit. It can count for a credit within high school so that you can have that additional maybe point on your GPA, which is very helpful, but it's also just another example of how we can implement civic engagement within our schools and consistently promote that within our students. We have a lot of student advocacy, as I said. We always make position papers about something, legislative lobbying, just to get used to having conversations with people we don't know about issues that we care about. And we also have the college and career readiness support. So a lot of us were seniors this year, and we utilized that a lot when it came to applications, essay writing, just preparing for college or just any other route other than college. And yeah, contributing to curriculum development can include, I guess, professional development facilitation. Those are just some of the multitude of things that we do within BSAC.
So as highlighted before, one facet of BSAC is to bring student voice to conversations around district policies. And as a part of that, BSAC students work with staff to proactively engage those beyond the schools represented in our programs. And we've done this by coordinating town halls, focus groups, and other such events in order to hear from students across the city. We have collaborated with various organizations such as Teen Empowerment, Sociedad Latina, MASCOSH, and the Boston Youth Service Network, and many more. And throughout this year, BSAC has hosted 3 different town halls and engaged over 150 high school students. Of those 3, the Promise Act Town Hall was had the highest youth turnout with around 80 people in attendance, 80 young people, I might add.
It's huge.
So we also played a role in the superintendent search this year, and BSAC supported listening sessions which pulled in around 40 students. And lastly, we brought together people for a code of conduct focus group, which was led by Sam DePina and some of our own students. So yes, and the list you have before you is sort of more of the task forces that we are a part of, and the ways that we get students out and across the district to voice our thoughts. On a slightly different note, BSAC is made up of 3 subcommittees, which I'm sure you all know, that are created based on student interest and issues we see around the district. I sit on the Youth Empowered Learning subcommittee, which works to ensure that students are treated as equal partners in their learning and are provided with ample resources and pathways to successful futures. Our main focuses this year were the superintendent search, getting student vote on the school committee, implementing the constructive feedback survey, the listening project, and the student rights website promotion. In terms of the listening project, in October of 2018, BSAC did our annual listening project, and this is part of the National Week of Action, coordinated by the Dignity in Schools campaign. This year's theme was Counselors Not Cops, and we had around 30 BSAC members and 9 adult allies who stood at 4 strategically picked MBTA stations. Those were Ruggles, Dudley, Roxbury Crossing, and Forest Hills, and we spoke to around 400 students. We also focused on having one-on-one conversations in order to capture the students' full stories. And in terms of the student rights website, we found that the primary use of it is to find information, and the website is primarily used by students and parents looking to understand their rights. We are also working to increase its use as a portal to report grievances. We have a grievance button on there currently, but it's not one of the things that people are using the most, and it's definitely a very useful resource. And up to this point, we've reached 22,000 new visitors on the website, and going forward, we look to continue promoting it. Looking at the bigger picture, some of our accomplishments from this year are having a student on the search committee. We'd like to thank the school committee and the search committee for including the voice of young people. And we also met with 3 city councilors and 1 state representative, which have all signed the student vote pledge, and we are working on getting more. The constructive feedback survey is also out of the pilot stage, which is something that we helped with, particularly around the language that would be in there and the types of questions that students would have. And finally, we have begun the process of writing a district-wide dress code and making changes to the cell phone policy. And lastly, we want to thank the school committee members for your support of our particular section of the work, since I think we get to interact with you a little bit more than the other 2 subcommittees. So thank you.
I am a part of the Student Rights Subcommittee, which sort of works a little bit more on students being aware of what their rights are and basically becoming a little bit more confident within themselves in and outside of school as to having control over their education, their experience within education, and just being able to interact with their administration a lot better. We had 3 primary things that we had throughout this year. We had the equity video, which was including a 24/7 Success Week. This previous summer, we had a conversation with BPS Office of Equity on how to create a video that can directly go straight to the students on how to responsibly use social media. BSAC was a part of both writing the script, filming, creating ideas, and also acting in the video. And the video was promoted in February of this year. I, as well as many other BSAC members, were a part of that process. So we're very grateful for the BPS Office of Equity for giving us that opportunity. The next thing we worked on this year was the gun violence prevention. This was from previous work during the March 24th, March for Our Lives era. During the summer especially, we developed the idea of creating a mural within the Dorchester area, just promoting a lot more gun violence prevention awareness, as well as a more community togetherness around the topic. So we're still in the process of planning the mural and what is going to be involved in, as well as interacting with other youth organizations in order to just, again, continue that togetherness throughout Boston. And the last thing within the Student Rights Subcommittee is the Promise Act, but overall just better education funding for our students. I notice, and as well as BSAC notices a lot, is that high school students tend to have a lot of conversations when it comes to funding and how they experience underfunding within their schools, but they never really know how to approach it or how they can be involved within the change in order to benefit younger generations. So the Promise Act, as well as the Foundation Budget and the Cherish Act, were involved throughout our experiences. We had a town hall in February, which did include the interim superintendent, Laura Perrell, having a conversation with young students about what these acts entail in order to motivate them to talk to others about better funding within our schools and just getting involved a lot more, because again, students are experiencing the education, and in order to continue that quality education, you need to advocate for yourself as well as younger students. So that is just a little bit of what we have done within the Student Rights Subcommittee. And again, thank you so much for the support throughout this year. And now, the Environmental Justice Subcommittee.
Yeah, so I'm here to represent the Environmental Justice Subcommittee. So basically, the Environmental Justice Subcommittee fights to stop climate change and stop environmental racism. So the Environmental Justice Subcommittee had 4 major projects. Number 1 is Community Choice Energy, also known as CCE. So BSAC members were able to, BSAC members were able to participate in a aggregation working group with the Chief of Environmental and Energy and Open Space, also known as Chris Cook. And BSAC members were able to speak and put input onto the process, and they were able to help push CCE in a more effective way. BSAC members were also able to write an opt-ed to push CCE to move faster and more efficiently. And another massive project that BSAC members have been working on is the No Fossil Fuel Money Pledge, which, for those who don't know what the pledge is basically a pledge that basically says a politician can't accept over $200 from any oil, coal, or gas company, and it's not legally binding. And the great thing about this is that we were able to speak to many city councilors and I think about 30 legislators. We got 3 city councilors to sign the pledge, so it was a big win for BSAC members. And it was a really great thing to do because fossil fuels are a big factor in climate change. So it's great that we were able to tell people and inform people about this pledge. And another major project that BSAC has been pushing on, and actually United States has been pushing on nationally, is the Green New Deal and our Sunrise Partnership. So BSAC members were also able to go to the State House and City Hall to get city councilors and legislators to sign a Boston resolution for the Green New Deal, basically saying that they support the Green New Deal. And on top of that, BSAC members were able to speak at a Green New Deal tour launch hosted by Sunrise, and I think about 1,500 people were there. So it was overwhelming, but it was a great experience because BSAC members were able to share their stories. For example, me, I was able to speak right after Ayanna Presley and Ed Markey about how climate change impacted me and how the Green New Deal is important to my life. So it was a very great experience and a very amazing experience for me to build myself as a person and just make me feel better about myself, I guess. And another very important thing is the climate curriculum. This is something BSAC has been working on continuously, but BSAC was able to work with the BTU to push the climate curriculum more, and teachers can still access it on the Boston Student Rights website. So yeah, that's pretty much the major things that the Environmental Justice Subcommittee has been working on. So yeah.
Thank you. Beautiful, Stanley. So looking forward to next year, BSAC has identified their priority focal points for the next academic school year in order to improve programming and retention, beginning with increasing high school representation, and diversity. In order to improve recruitment and outreach efforts, we're partnering up with academic superintendents, developing a viable plan to improve communication between schools, Boston Student Advisory Council, and Office of Engagement. Secondly, we're developing a tiered support system to provide schools with student government supports they need. In order to achieve said focus, we're in partnership with Parent University to develop capacity around broader supports for schools, family, and students by, 1, providing support and training for leaders on running robust student government structures and working viably with parent councils. In addition, we will provide training with students, school leaders and school staff to improve student-teacher relationships in efforts to support a functional student government. Third objective would be we fully intend to pilot the culturally linguistic sustainable practice curriculums, the youth centered component, with the goal to fine-tuning and delivering this work district-wide. Fourth, continue badging work to expand participation in the elective course, and to determine how we could figure out how to expand this curriculum coursework to students that are non-BSAC members. And last but not least, continuing the work of policy, particularly around advocacy for the Promise Act. So on behalf of our fearless BSAC leader, Maria Estrada, who wanted so much to be here tonight, myself, Youth on Board, and most importantly, the BSAC members, we want to thank you and extend our deepest appreciation for always supporting student engagement and for always giving students a platform to do this important work. Much obliged.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Osorio. And thank you, Stanley. You know, I think I ran through the intros at the beginning, and I know we introduced the two of you, Ms. Elias and Mr. Aniki, when we did our citations earlier, and we all know Ms. Reyes, but maybe all three of you could just tell us once again, introduce yourselves, tell us your schools, and, you know, for our two graduating seniors, where you're going next year. Sometimes people, when they watch these meetings, skip forward only to the pieces they want to watch, you know.
Yeah, so my name is Stanley Aneke. I just graduated Boston Latin Academy, and I'm going to UMass Amherst in the fall.
And my name is Aria Ilias. I graduated from Boston Latin Academy. I will be going to Suffolk University.
My name is Evelyn Reyes, and I finished my finals today, so technically I'm a senior at the John D. O'Brien.
Well done. Well, thank you once again. I'll open it up now to members for questions and discussion. Mr. O'Neill.
I have such a big smile on my face. This is such a fantastic presentation. I also have to give a shout out to Keandra McClay, our former student rep. How this has grown is just incredible. So the thoughtfulness in this presentation, everything from the theory of action, and I love the very first line, and I know it's in the appendix, sorry for going to the back, but I love the very first line about if we build the capacity of students to understand BPS, its players, politics, and policies, to be advocates, analytical thinkers, and organizers then. I mean, what a great sentence. So this isn't just students getting together to quote-unquote give student voice. This is so much more beyond it, and seeing about the elective course rubric. I mean, what this organization has done. Thank you for something I'm always asking for, slide 16, which shows schools that don't have representatives. I was at Binka yesterday meeting with a couple of rising juniors, and I actually recommended to them that they get involved in BSAC. So now we can go back, and I'll be at Charlestown High School graduation tomorrow, so I'll be giving Headmaster Thomas a hard time about that, as I'm sure we all do when we see schools on here. But I have to call out a couple of particular things. First of all, on slide 3, the demographics of the group, and showing now you're up to 51% of schools, and particularly that you have a third of all alternative education schools. This is what we keep stressing. The more you're representing all of the students, the stronger your voice is. So thank you for your hard work to make that happen. I know how hard it is when you live in one part of the city, you go to school in a third, and then you're going into BSAC meetings in the afternoon. It's a lot of work for what you're doing, so that you're getting, but the more you represent all of our students, the stronger your collective voice is. So thank you for continuously fighting, and as we always say, anything we can do to help on that we will do. Page 5 to me is an absolute wow. It's stunning when you look at all the work you're doing, not only on the town halls and the representative up here, but all the task force you're involved in. This list never existed just a couple of years ago. And so now and you probably get sick of us banging the drum about, well, take credit for the M7 passes. Look at all these other things that have happened, and now how you're embedded in the fabric of the district, that it's automatic to hear about student voice being incorporated. All these different task force and working groups that you're on is astonishing, and it shows every single time you have a successful representative on a task force or working group, it builds for the next, it builds for the next. And so lastly, I just have to call out Elvis, who was your student representative on the search committee, because the seriousness of purpose that he took to that effort and how he represented BSAC and Boston Public Schools overall was phenomenal. And he became very quickly a very serious member of that group. We had to encourage him at first, and the co-chair of that committee I'm sure will second this. We had to encourage him at first, and then he pretty quickly realized that not only did the fellow members of the search committee take his input seriously, but the candidates did. And he found his voice during that process. And I particularly want to thank the BSAC members who worked with him, because he did tell me he was being bombarded by his teachers, by community members and fellow students of, okay, well, you can tell me who were the candidates. But he said BSAC gave him that safe space and allowed him to explain why he couldn't do that without violating confidentiality, and what the impact would be on the search if he did. So he said to me he got a lot of safe space by the BSAC members, as much as you helped prep him on what are the right questions to be asking, what's the right approach to take. So the success on that leads to so many more. And I think that becomes the shining example we talk about beyond the M7s. And this is how you help recruit other students when they say, yeah, well, how much do people really care about student voice? So this page 5 to me is just an absolute wow, and I'm so proud of how the organization continues to grow. Thank you for the work that you all do on this, because you have served your fellow students well.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. O'Neill. Ms. Robinson.
I want to also thank you for your work, and I am just gratefully impressed. So if I read this right, there are 36 members of BSAC, and the 36 of you have done all of this work. Wow, that's impressive. And you've done all of your schoolwork and everything else, and are graduating and going on to college and doing all of these.
Thank God
wonderful
they're
things.
young, Ms.
They're
Robinson.
young, but it's impressive. I mean, the amount of work is as O'Neill was saying, the different things that you all have taken on have been tremendous. And I know that about half of you are graduating, so I am hoping those that you are leaving behind are ready to take up this mantle and double themselves in size again. And two, I hope that there are ways that the schools that are not represented will really rethink their participation, because you guys rock. You know, I wish every elementary school student sees you and hears you, because they need to understand what their future is. And I've been to some elementary schools recently, and there's some wonderful third graders who are ready to rise up and take your places. So I hope that there'll be a way, you know, through the work that BSAC is doing, of actually really going and speaking to the elementary schools and really understand, so that they can begin to think of themselves. We have some very serious social justice warriors starting out in the kindergarten with the kinds of work that they're doing. So we've got them at every level. But I think seeing the big students and what they do will really be a wonderful role model for our younger students. So thank you for your continued work.
I'm so glad that you said that, because on Monday I was able to speak in front of so many elementary schools across Boston. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this, but there was this big convention called Capstone, and I was able to speak at BU in front of so many elementary schoolers, and it was a really great experience. So I'm glad that you mentioned that, because it was a really touching and inspiring moment, because little kids need to know that BSAC is here and they should join once they reach the age.
So just for others, Capstone is a celebration and final project day for the Excellence for All initiative that's in 16 of our schools. So these were 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. So indeed, you all provide someone for them to look up to. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Vice Chair.
Thank you, guys. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank Jenny, because I know she does a lot of work, and Monica too, and also Marie. I know she's not here tonight, and Abraham and Keon, and all of you guys, of course. But I do think without having like the adult support, you know, it helps, right? It helps. So I love having BSAC. I mean, I think I echo Mr. O'Neill. I think it's fantastic. I think we should have more than one member up here. You guys know I always say that. I think you bring so much to the table. We need to have that voice from the students. We're not students anymore. You are living it, so it's really important that we hear from you. And I really, the social media piece, I love that. Can you teach that to my child? Can you send me that video?
Excuse me.
It's on YouTube.
Is it on YouTube? Okay, send me the link, because I want to show it to her. She's little, but she needs to start learning, you know. And the cell phone use, I cannot wait to hear what that is, because I think that's a huge issue that we have in schools, and we need to figure out how to deal with that. And the climate change. I mean, I went to Tufts. I got my master's in the urban environmental program, so that's my own passion. So I will love to support in whatever way I can around the climate change piece. I'm wondering a couple of questions around the use of social media. Is that also tied to bullying? Have you guys talked about bullying? Because I hear that from so many, teachers, that's like a huge problem, and they often feel like they don't know how to address it, because it's kind of murky. And so I was just curious if you guys have planned to do anything deeper around that at all?
Yeah, so the video includes, of course, the responsibility of using social media, but also like knowing and being aware of like sexual harassment and how social media, as well as just using your phone in general, can have a huge play into cyberbullying and all those negative attributes within BPS, but it also does connect to the student rights website. So just being aware of like how, just the terms of like when using your cell phone is appropriate and like how that can relate to any further consequences necessary depending on the situation. So yes, the video does include that, but I also do agree that there needs to be a little bit more awareness when it comes to that type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one great avenue, and then I think like thinking like broadly also like how we, support staff when these issues come up. So just, thinking about that is something that I know is concerning, on a personal level and just from what I hear. My other question is around, well, I have a couple more questions, sorry. The civic engagement piece that's happening, that's rolling out, is there a way that we can embed BSAC in that? And so, I mean, I'm just thinking like, if we have that in the classroom, is there a way that students who are part of that, it's like a requirement that you have to kind of work with BSAC or just something that ties, so there's projects happening and then more students know about BSAC and just becomes a larger thing. Or if it's BSAC coming in at different times and talking to students about BSAC, I mean, I just think it's a really great opportunity to just get more visibility for BSAC. So I don't know if that's on the table, but maybe it's not a question, but a suggestion if that's, okay. And then my my two other questions are, what can we do to help with getting more students to participate across the board from all the high schools? Like what can our role be, and if you have any ideas of what we could do to make sure that happens?
Yes, so sort of to the first, the suggestion, this sort of goes to that a little bit, because I know we didn't really say it, but we are in the middle of developing sort of an election toolkit for schools to use, for high schools to use when they do their student government elections, to also include a BSAC representative in that, so that we have like a BSAC representative secured. So that's one thing that we're hoping to roll out soon, that we did roll out, and we're hoping to see the effects soon. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And I think in terms of getting people to come to BSAC, there's a lot of schools that we don't have like strong connections with. I know that we get a lot of exam school students, and our exam school students are beloved, but there's a lot, and those aren't the only schools in the district. There are many more schools, and they need to be there as well. And I think schools like Charlestown, for example, we had some students from Charlestown come at the beginning of the year, but they found that it was too hard to make it after school all the way to Roxbury.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially when, the times that they did try, they would get here at like 5:30, and what's the point of being here if it's only for 30 minutes? So there's a couple of issues around like school, like the ending time, and of course that's not going to shift.
And that's one of my questions. Is there a way that we can we have all this technology? Does everybody have to be here? Do we have, in this beautiful building, there's got to be technology where those students who can't get here at that time, that can do Skyping or whatever it is, so that we have greater participation? Have you guys explored that?
We're starting to, and Abraham, if you want to speak more.
So to echo what was previously said, we're working with the academic superintendents to explore these innovative ways to expand the program or whatnot. And speaking with future superintendent, Dr. Casillas, she offered an idea about setting up a regional structure to make it convenient for students to make it in their part of town. So we're exploring these different ideas to expand the program. But we're certainly taking suggestions, and the Skyping thing Jenny brought up one time, I remember. So these are definitely all ideas that we're considering. A huge question around that is capacity, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we struggle with nowadays, but it's certainly on the table, and we look forward to seeing how much support we can get with that as well.
And do you work with I don't know what the technical department is, where Makiba worked, the external affairs? So I know the Office of External Affairs.
Development and Partnerships.
Okay, development and partnerships. So I know there was a big push to involve alumni. Did you work with that office around that? No?
So-
Okay. Well, I just want to suggest that can, I see all of you sitting here, and so my thought is, like, how do you stay involved after you leave BPS? So if there's a way to, like, I know Kiana's here, so that is great, a great example. But, like, how do we keep making sure that that happens, and so connecting with that office?
So
Looks
we
like you guys have a lot of
do-
ideas, yeah.
So we do have, through our partnership with Youth on Board, we're able to have an alumni program, and a lot of our alumni go to, like, they move from this sort of BPS-centered BSAC group to Youth on Board and start working from there. And especially since our alumni is spread out over the region and over the country, like, we maintain communication with them and, make sure that they can send us information from wherever they are and attend things that are close to them. And, that way we keep, that's sort of our eyes around the nation.
Great.
type of thing.
Make sure that they also go on the BPS website and fill out the little form that says alumni as well, because we want to get, that will be great. And I just want to ditto the Elvis comment. He was fantastic. He was my favorite search committee person. Sorry. He was my favorite search committee member. And I thank his mom. I had many conversations with his mom for lending her son to the effort. So thank you. Thank you guys for all your work.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. And, I won't go on repeating everything that my colleagues and you yourselves have listed with all the achievements that BSAC has been able to achieve over the last year and beyond. But, just thinking back even about, how we prepared for our evening tonight, we've got a charter renewal up for a vote later tonight. And one of the questions that we typically ask is, have you adopted the BPS Code of Conduct? And certainly anytime I think of Code of Conduct, I think of BSAC and the work that you've done around Chapter 222 with at the State House, and now in the implementation over a number of years with that new state law in the district, and how that extends to all the partnerships that we engage in with our fellow school communities across the city. So we thank you for that. And you mentioned gun violence earlier, and your leadership with March for Our Lives. You were instrumental in pushing us as a body to adopt a resolution last year to stop gun violence in schools. Certainly the work on better state funding for education, and certainly just the work that Mr. O'Neill mentioned, as well as Ms. Oliver Davila, around trying to make sure that we have a consistent crop of members from all across the city. Thank you for that list. I think I might ask you to send me a template for, perhaps a stern message that I can send out to each of those schools to say, let's get on this, and let's make sure that this is a priority for the new school year to recruit some new members. I'd be happy to do that, because I think this is important. And the reason why, as I look around at my fellow members, I know you invite us each year to a meeting of BSAC, and I think I go a couple times a year in my role now. Those are some of the most, those meetings exhibit some of the greatest hope for future generations that I see on a daily basis in the work that we do here. There's a lot of good that we take out of the work that we do as school committee members here, but certainly sitting with each of you, and the structure that you have in your meetings, the issues that you take on, and the mutual respect that you show for one another, that's a model for civic engagement that not only has analogs if you look in places like collective bargaining or civic organizing, or a number of other areas where people come together to fight for a common good, but it gives us hope for the way that people might be able to move past some of the headline seeking and sloganeering that we see in our politics today, and get back to the way that we can have a civil discussion in talking through what our differences might be and what our common interests might be as well. So I encourage you to take that, and I haven't I feel hopeful when I look at some of our younger grades, as you mentioned as well, with the restorative justice curriculum that's been implemented at those lower grades. I'm sure some of you have younger siblings in the schools, and you hear them come home. I know I hear my kids come home talking about circles, right? You know, that reminds me of the work that I see when I come to BSAC. And so taking that, not only the messages that you're delivering to us and to the community at large, but the way in which you do it and the way that you come together and organize around those messages forward in your lives is going to be so important for the future of our city, our country, our state, and beyond. So I don't have any further questions for you, but I really appreciate you coming out and giving us this annual report. It's something we always look forward to. I know for two of you, we'll be bidding you adieu, but nevertheless, you will, you know, we've already given you one alumni ask. You know, typically when you get to college, they ask you for money too, so we won't do that just yet. But you know, we do hope you come back and give us your time and your effort, and you know, move back to the city when you're done with school. Move back and bring your kids here. Put them in the schools. Maybe you come and teach. That would be you know, a great honor for all of us. And so, thank you once again. Our future is bright, as you always show, and we appreciate all your work that you do on behalf of your fellow students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to our next report. And we'll give a moment to our friends from BSAC to clear out before we call up our representatives from the bargaining table, who recently completed a tentative collective bargaining agreement with the Boston School Committee and the Boston Teachers Union. They're no strangers to late nights, although this would probably be an early night in their books. So I'll invite forward the following people: Erica Giampetro, our Managing Director of Long-Term Planning; Emily Kazelbash, our Chief Human Capital Officer; Dave Murphy, our Deputy Superintendent of Administration; Lisa Maki, our Director of Labor Relations; and Hannah Hall from the Office of Human Resources is joining us as well. While they're getting settled, I'll turn things over to our Interim Superintendent for some opening remarks.
Great. Thank you, Chair Lecanto. The Boston Public Schools, we're delighted to share this presentation tonight. It does indeed represent a huge amount of work and a very important step forward for the district. The Boston Public Schools and the Boston Teachers Union have reached a tentative agreement on a 3-year contract ending August 31st, 2021, after more than 15 months of interest-based bargaining. The Boston Teachers Union presented the contract for ratification by their members this evening, and I'm delighted to report that I was notified by text that it passed, which is also very good news. We've said from the outset of these negotiations that BPS was committed to a contract that would be good for students, fair to educators, our teachers, paraprofessionals, substitutes, and ABAs, all of whom are covered by this collective bargaining agreement, which is a successor to the contract that expired August 31, 2018. I will note that this is the first time in recent history that BPS and BTU have reached a tentative agreement within 1 year of the expiration of the previous contract. It's shocking to say that, but I'm assured that it's true. But I want to commend really both parties in making that happen. The tentative agreement that will be presented to you this evening by members of the BPS negotiating team calls for a 3-year collective bargaining agreement to expire on August 31, 2021. It also includes responsible wage increases, significant investments that will have a direct and positive impact on students in our classrooms, particularly in the areas of social emotional wellness and health, and additional flexibilities for school leaders to staff and schedule their schools in accordance with their student needs. So we look forward to the presentation tonight in consideration of this tentative agreement for approval by the school committee at its next meeting 1 week from tonight. With that, I'll turn that over to the team.
Good evening. Before we get into the substance of tonight's presentation, I thought that I could step back for a couple of minutes and provide some reflection, both on the process that has gotten us to this point and also on the content of the tentative agreement and what it represents. So first, a bit on process. I want to start by recognizing our team. Those of us who are sitting before you represent some of the team, but certainly not all. There are many members of our team who aren't able to be here tonight and who put in long hours, often at night and on weekends, on top of already full plates. One of the things that I'm proud of from this period of work is what this team did together. This team was professional, dedicated, and worked from a deep interest of getting to a contract that would be good for students and that we would be proud to present to you tonight. If you're going to be short on sleep, this was a really great team to do it with. I also want to comment on the process and the forum through which we negotiated. A year and a half ago, as we were preparing for this round of negotiations, we decided in collaboration with the BTU to try something new, to try interest-based bargaining. This is a process that is designed to focus on mutual understandings and shared interests, and to largely dismantle this notion of wins and losses. The process was time-intensive because it was conversation-intensive. And for the most part, we think this was a good and valuable change. We spent 350 hours together over the last 15 months in conversation with our colleagues at the BTU. And the product of that is what we believe is a contract based on students and based on shared interests. So now to talk a bit about content. The vote that you take next week on this contract is highly consequential. The Boston Teachers Union represents about 8,000 members, and at a current cost of about $600 million, or almost 2/3 of our budget, is the single largest expense in BPS and one of the largest in the city of Boston. More importantly, the contract represents the single largest tool we have for improving student achievement. It lays out the rules and constraints under which each of our 125 unique schools must operate. It sets out the rules that they can use to meet student needs. It outlines everything from how many minutes in a row a teacher can teach, to what qualifications we can ask that educators bring to the classroom, to how much professional development we can require members to take part in. We know that this negotiation is a core component of a district strategy for student achievement, and we didn't take that responsibility lightly. We are bringing you a tentative agreement tonight that we believe makes good on that incredible responsibility. It's a contract we hope you'll agree is good for students and fair for educators, and it's a contract we hope you'll approve. Before we get into the presentation itself, there's 3 key things we want you to know about this contract. First, it's student-focused. I mentioned that the process was all about finding shared interests with the BTU, and certainly our interest in doing right by students was just that. This contract provides additional support for English learners, students with disabilities, students living within poverty and homelessness. In all of these ways, we were aligned with the BTU on the outcome we wanted to achieve, but not always on the way to achieve it. The tentative agreements here on nurses, mental health professionals, K-2 paraprofessionals, SEI class size, and inclusion supports represent places where we were able to find common ground. Second, this contract focuses costs responsibly. This contract will add more than $108 million in cost to the district over its life. We have talked over the past few years as a body about ensuring that we're spending our resources strategically. We're focusing resources on the places that data and experience and our community tell us will be most impactful. We believe this contract does that. When it came to wages and compensation for teachers, this contract invests 2% wage increases per year for all, and more for our lower paid members, paraprofessionals, and substitutes. By maintaining this wage pattern, which is consistent with that of all other city unions for this bargaining cycle, we were able to focus additional spend in those student-centered investments that I just mentioned. And third, we want you to know that this contract achieves a number of flexibilities that will empower school leaders to respond to the need of their students. These items are not headline grabbers. Our strategy going into these negotiations was to focus on the small but impactful restrictions that school leaders told us were tying their hands. Changes that we felt were important but also achievable. This includes a modification to the cap on consecutive teaching minutes, a suspension of building-based attachment rights for teachers hired after a year in suitable professional capacity, streamlining paraprofessional staffing processes to ensure quicker turnaround on hiring, extending mutual consent hiring to an additional category of paraprofessionals, and an increased ability to require appropriate certifications to teach in some of our higher need classrooms, to name a few. Overall, we're here tonight to present you a tentative agreement that is good for students and fair for educators, a contract that centers on students, a contract that focuses costs responsibly, and a contract that achieves key flexibilities for school communities. A contract we hope you'll approve and one we look forward to starting to implement immediately. We'll now go into the presentation itself, and we'll start on slide 2. So first, just an overview of timeline. About 2 weeks ago, on May 30th, we reached a tentative agreement with the BTU. Tonight, we are here to provide an overview of that agreement to you, and in a week from today, you will vote on the contract and the request for supplemental funding from the city. And as Superintendent Perrell said, the BTU did ratify this agreement tonight. Some basic information about the contract. It is a 3-year contract set to expire in August of 2021. The cost of the contract will be $108.8 million. That is the cumulative increase of costs across the 3 years of the contract. That would take our FY19 appropriation to about $1.125 billion and FY20 to just less than $1.8 billion. Wages, I mentioned earlier that this tentative agreement would put in place 2% general wage increases across the life of the contract. There is a contingency that we did negotiate in place where if we reach mutual agreement on 3 key areas that we were not able to resolve so far at the table, and those 3 areas are layoff recall, leaves and FMLA, and some areas of excessing. If we are able to reach mutual agreement in those areas over the next 6 months of continued IBB with the BTU, they would be eligible for an extra 0.5 point, 0.5% on wages in either FY20 or FY21. And that would be accompanied by adding a step to the beginning of the wage scale, essentially slowing the growth of wages and paying for that increase of 0.5. Now to go through some of the key changes in the contract. This first slide goes through some of the changes that I mentioned earlier, very student-centered. The first is nurses, and I know this has been a topic of conversation among this group and others. This tentative agreement would increase the guaranteed staffing from a minimum of 0.5 per school to 1.0 per school. This would add 23 nurses, and we did include language in the contract that would allow nurses in schools with low acuity or low caseloads to also be helping with other sort of district-wide nurse work, not requiring them to leave their school to do so, but to help with that. And this would be done over the next 2 years, and we would be focusing on those schools with the highest need first. The next category is mental health professionals, and this tentative agreement would increase by 23 the number of centrally funded and allocated mental health professionals. I know this is also an area of interest, so I'm going to pause here and talk a little bit about some of the details here. There are 2 specific contract items that are sort of wrapped into this piece. The first is psychologists. This tentative agreement would move psychologists to a 1 to 700 ratio across the district. There's currently no ratio in place in the contract. And moving to 1 to 700 would add 4 full-time employees to the psychologist ranks. The second piece of this is mental health professionals. Mental health professionals, of course, is a broader term. It's an umbrella term. And for the purposes of this contract, it was defined to include psychologists that I just mentioned, social workers, guidance counselors, and pupil adjustment counselors. So this would add 19 of those positions in addition to the 4 psychologists for 23 total. I do want to note that for mental health professionals, we budget for many of these centrally in the district and allocate them to schools based on need. In addition to what we do centrally, we're also, of course, encouraging schools to purchase their own on their own budget. So the numbers that we're talking about here in the contract are for those that we are doing centrally. Adding 23 to our current centrally allocated mental health professionals brings us to over 100 total. And that brings the ratio to 1 to 520 students. If you include those positions that are on school budgets, it brings the ratio down to 1 to 200 or 205. The next item is inclusion. And this is a place where we spent a lot of time at the bargaining table. This was a key priority of the BTU and a key area of focus, of course, for the district. We came to 3 significant agreements. The first is that in classrooms where there is a single teacher and paraprofessional staffing model, we would be providing additional ESL and resource room supports for those classrooms. Second, we put a limit on the total number of students with IEPs in a single classroom at 50%. We believe this is good practice, and it's something that the district is actually already doing and happy to commit to doing going forward. We also made a commitment to a joint working group to define and improve inclusion programming going forward. This is something that Dr. Caselius herself made a key priority and is something she committed to start as soon as she comes into office. And lastly here, K2 paraprofessionals. This tentative agreement would increase guaranteed staffing from 0.5 to 1.0 for every classroom, and that would add about 60 paraprofessionals.
Great. Thank you, Erica. My name is Emily Kuzelbush. I'm the Chief Human Capital Officer here in BPS, and I'll continue with the overview before we get to your questions. Negotiating a contract is an opportunity to create more equity across compensation and in staffing ratios. This tentative agreement does both in a couple of different ways. Specifically, it brings the rate of pay for educators who are teaching extended time at turnaround and pilot schools in line with the rate that educators are paid at Schedule A schools. This brings equity to educators who teach in different types of buildings. We also have added additional compensation to for some of our lowest paid BTU members, our paraprofessionals, in 2 different ways. First, by adding $1 to each step and lane on the para wage scale, and second, by adding an additional step at the top of the wage scale, thereby benefiting paras who serve for multiple years in our district. In terms of staffing ratios, we have reduced class size in the sheltered English immersion classrooms of our youngest learners. As Erica also described earlier, the team aimed in this contract to give flexibilities to school leaders in order to advance some of our district priorities. One of these priorities is enabling school leaders to build schedules and to organize learning time for students. Adding 5 minutes to the consecutive teaching maximums for secondary teachers doesn't sound like much, but it does unlock different combinations of schedules, providing new flexibilities for school leaders and teachers to design school schedules that meet students' needs. As we've discussed in this forum many times, another district priority is ensuring that our schools can hire their teachers through the process that we call mutual consent. When schools hire teachers through this process, a small percentage of permanent teachers do not get hired into budgeted positions, and they serve as teachers in positions of suitable professional capacity, or as we sometimes call it for shorthand, SPC. BPS and BTU share the desire to keep this number of educators small. We always want as many strong, experienced educators to be hired as quickly as possible each hiring season. In order to encourage our schools to hire educators who've already spent 1 full year in positions of SPC, we reached agreement to suspend building-based attachment rights for teachers who've previously been in this situation for a year. We will also guarantee interviews for excess teachers who've applied to at least 5 positions. Working in tandem, these 2 provisions help ensure that strong, experienced educators will be hired by schools and that the district can continue the practice of mutual consent hiring. Other provisions of the tentative agreement govern working conditions of teachers, how teachers do their work, and how they're compensated for additional work. This tentative agreement allows for joint BPS-BTU collaboration on rethinking how the workload of related service providers is determined. It also increases compensation for the language acquisition facilitators in schools. To help bring equity to the pay rates of our school substitutes, the tentative agreement increases compensation for subs working extended hours and also increases the amount of the bonus that a sub earns for working more than 120 days. The paraprofessionals contract also includes highlights such as improved and expedited hiring processes that will ensure that schools can hire paras in a more timely manner and allows for the creation of a para-mentoring program and for increased professional development time before the start of school. You can go one more. Additional provisions included in the tentative agreement are shown on this slide, many of which provide flexibilities to schools and school leaders to ensure that we're providing support or compensation to educators for work that they're doing, or additional funding in areas of shared interest, such as expanding successful hub community schools in BPS, or for students who are experiencing homelessness. We hope that you have heard in our overview details of how this tentative agreement is student-focused, focuses costs responsibly, and includes flexibilities that our school leaders need to design schools that their students need. We look forward to digging into your questions about the details of this agreement in advance of next week's vote. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much to all of you. I will open it up to members for questions or discussion. Are there any questions? Dr. Coleman.
Yeah, I actually have more of a statement than a question, and I actually wrote it out a little bit. So, this is remarkable and wonderful. I'll start that way. After 30 years of teacher and union bashing, that has been, and treating them like a barrier to great teaching and learning, this contract is student-oriented and honors our teachers. And we have to remember, I think we're one of the highest performing urban districts in the country, and that's on the back of the great teachers we have. Given that we still have more, we want to do better, but this really honors their work. And preserves what I think is one of our best innovations, which is the human capital approach we're taking to really make sure we can turn over teachers, get them focused in the right context. And so it's this really remarkable context. In LA, Oakland went on strike for some of the same issues and settled for a lot less. So I think we were able to do this in your intense work in terms of treating our teachers with great dignity and respect was fundamental to making this happen. And getting more adults in the building, addressing mental health, addressing behavioral health. These are, and nursing is just a wonderful accomplishment. So, and also with a fiscal responsibility. These are remarkable achievements for which you should be greatly pleased and proud, and we're delighted that you represented us well, and I'm enthusiastic about this outcome. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, thanks so much, Dr. Coleman. Ms. Robinson.
Yes, I just want to say thank you too, because as you're saying, this is student-centered, and this is what we're all about. So I give credit to you all and credit to the teachers and all of the people within the union who have really thought for a thoughtful contract that really we hope will serve our youth well. So just thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Vice Chair Alva-Davila.
Thank you. I just want to also say thank you to all, not just here, because I know there's like a larger team and people that worked on this, and also, thank the union, because I do agree some of these things are things that are student-centered that we're excited about, the nurses, the mental health professionals, the paras getting, more opportunities. So just want to say thank you also.
Thank you, Vice Chair. There's something we said for the relentless incrementalism of collective bargaining. And that's a phrase I picked up recently that has stuck with me. And it kind of reminds me of the work that, I often do on a daily basis as a labor negotiator and a lawyer myself. And, I have to say, just through watching this team, and, it's not just the 5 folks in front of us, but there's a number of others in the audience tonight. Eleanor Lawrence, our CFO, and Cindy Nielsen from Special Ed as well, that form the core of the negotiating team, and we're there for many of the long and trying nights. We think we have long nights sometimes, but I think it pales in comparison to some of the work that this group before us has been doing on behalf of the district. And you know, not to take away from obviously the plaudits that Dr. Coleman's given you with respect to the respect and dignity that you've afforded our bargaining partners that represent the teachers and educators in our district, but the resolve that you've had with respect to making sure that it's not just incremental, the achievements that we've been able to capitalize on in this contract, but it's truly, in a number of respects, I think you sell yourself short when you talk about, you know, some of the achievements here. There are a number of efforts that, you know, have been made through this contract around the way that we staff our classrooms, the flexibility with respect to the way in which we organize our school days, the way that we teach students with special needs, and the way that we'll be able to do that over the long run in a fiscally responsible way. It takes a lot to get to maintain that fiscal discipline as well as achieve the changes in operations that have been achieved through this contract. And so, you know, as somebody who has a hand in running this district, I'm deeply indebted to the work that all of you have done, as well as your colleagues that aren't here with us tonight, and some that are here with us but further afield from the table. And I'm confident, you know, I'm thankful to hear that the BTU has ratified this contract tonight. I'm confident that this body is on track to do the same next week, and that we'll have our supplemental appropriation from the city shortly, and the city will continue to support what is a fiscally responsible deal in years ahead with a number of the initiatives that this contract helps us invest in for our classrooms. So I don't think I have any further questions, but I think you folks have addressed and kept us in the loop over the 18 months that you have been doing this, and through the many long nights and many involved efforts that you have done. So thank you for that. Thank you for keeping us going. Mr. Murphy, it sounds like you have something to say.
I just wanted to return the gratitude because, as the chair knows, our updates to the school committee during various executive sessions during the course of the bargaining, and keeping the chair apprised of the work that we were doing and the progress that we were making, and sometimes the lack of progress we were making during various points during the 18 months, that the support both from the school committee, from the mayor, and from all of the different individuals and groups that we need to both keep informed to make sure that we were staying within the parameters of the goals that were set for the negotiation meant a lot to the team. And knowing that there was confidence in us and that essentially that our backs were being supported is something that we're all grateful to. And the other thing I would just say that while this contract does represent a lot of progress in our relationship, it is an ongoing and continuous relationship with the BTU. All of our bargaining partners are valuable to us, and we can't do the work that happens in schools without them. But the BTU, obviously, given its size and the unique role that they play in the school system, is singular in that sense. And so, both with regard to the 3 issues that still remain unresolved that we need to continue working on in the short term, and in many other areas that we need to continue to work with them on, both to maintain financial responsibility and to continue to try to expand the flexibility that we afford to school leaders. Those will be critical pieces of our relationship with them going forward. We're looking forward to working with them on those issues, and we're looking forward to keeping you informed as to how the relationship continues to progress in the months and years ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you once more. We'll look forward to taking action on this collective bargaining agreement and the supplemental appropriation at the next meeting. And I hope you all get home and get some sleep and use some comp time and the rest of all that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Ms. Mackey, I think you're going to stay with us just for a moment. We have a brief further update. We've been settling collective bargaining agreements left and right here in this district. We've got another report coming up now on the tentative collective bargaining agreement that's been reached between the school committee and a 30-member unit of the Planning and Engineering Division of the district, represented by SEIU Local 888.
Thank you again. Lisa Mackey, Director of Labor Relations for the Boston Public Schools. I'll be presenting, sorry about that. I'll be presenting on the tentative agreement reached between the school committee and the Planning and Engineering Department, SEIU, Local 888. Just a
Sorry,
brief-
Lisa, we're having a little trouble hearing you. Can you pull it right in front of your mouth?
Got me now? Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Just a brief timeline. There was a tentative agreement reached by the parties on May 13th. Planning and Engineering ratified the agreement on May 14th. And after presentation tonight, this is scheduled to go before the school committee for a vote on June 19th and a request for approval for supplemental appropriation to the mayor. This is one of our smaller bargaining units, approximately 30 members, made up of licensed professionals, 8 working groups amongst them that oversee our facilities, repairs, review plans, hire contractors, etc. This is a 4-year deal, 1 year from 2016 to 2017, and then a second agreement from 2017 to 2020. There is a 2% wage increase across all 4 years for total overall cost of $525,882. This is a good contract that works well with this particular bargaining unit. Like I said, members are all licensed professionals. They work directly with the schools to resolve and repair issues, determine solutions, go to bid, and hire contractors. And overall, the contract is working well amongst the parties. And in addition to the 2% increases, there were some language updates to ensure that technology is used to make sure that work is processed in a timely fashion. So outside of that, if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. I'll open it up now to members for questions. Well, the one question I'll give you is looking back at the total cost, that $525,000 and change, that's the incremental cost that's added by the new cost of living increases that
Correct.
we're giving, correct?
Yep.
And otherwise, this is a pretty pretty slim contract
Yes.
negotiation here. It's essentially wages and a few other operational changes.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. It's primarily the wages is the increased financial impact.
All right, well, very good.
All right.
Are there further questions from the membership? Well, we'll look forward to taking action on this proposal and the supplemental appropriation at the next meeting as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for your work on this. All right, we'll move on to our next report now, which is an update from the Academics and Student Support Service for Equity team, which is better known by the acronym ASSET. At this time, I'd like to invite Chief Academic Officer Dr. Charles Granson to please step forward with his presentation. I believe he's going to be joined by a number of other colleagues as well. First, while he's getting set, I'll invite the interim superintendent to give her opening remarks.
So while Dr. Granson settles in, I will first open the presentation by defining the acronym of ASSET. But it is a very large and consequential department inside of the Boston Public Schools that drives much of our core business of teaching and learning, and also pays particular attention to meeting the needs of our diversity of learners and our most vulnerable learners. So the department includes the Office of Academics and Professional Learning, the Office of Special Education, the Office of Social Emotional Learning and Wellness, our Opportunity Gaps Office, our Office of English Learners, and also the Office of Extended Learning Time. This presentation will provide Dr. Granson's initial review together with his leadership team of the departments and state of academics in the Boston Public Schools. The report also details actions taken by ASSET and individual departments in response to this feedback in the most recent year and in support of BPS's strategic priorities for this year. They'll also offer some recommendations to further support teaching and learning in the district going forward. And I think the timing of this review and report is fortuitous. Dr. Granson, as you may know, stepped into this role at my request last summer from his existing position as Deputy Chief of Operations, and together, both with the existing team and some new members, really stepped up to respond to some of the feedback I heard from school leaders during my listening sessions about the extent of support that they were not receiving from central office, and in particular, their interest in receiving greater support, again, in a very practical, implementation-focused way in our classrooms. So one of the things that this leadership team, both Dr. Granson and everyone sitting right behind him, have been doing this year is really pulling that information forward, giving shape to it. And so their recommendations and assessment, I think, are particularly well-timed to serve the interests of Dr. Caselius and her orientation and onboarding, so that she will have that material to work with. So thank you very much in advance for that work. Dr. Granson?
Thank you, Superintendent Perrell. Let me just start by saying that a little uncomfortable. This is not a reflection of my leadership style. These folks are amazing, and I serve really at their pleasure. But for the expediency of tonight, we wanted to just get through the presentation, and they will join me for the questions. Good evening, Chair Lecanto, Vice Chair Oliver Dalva, and members of the school committee. Very excited to be here this evening to present the 2018-2019 work of the asset team and division within Boston Public Schools, as well as some learnings and perspectives since taking on this role as CAO this past August. So let's jump right in. As Superintendent just sort of framed, I'll just start off by reminding members and providing new members with context as to why ASSET was formed over 3 years ago. In speaking with school leaders who have been leading schools within the last 10 years or so, they remember a time when various district offices would visit their schools throughout the year, each with different instructional frameworks and observational tools and expectations. Your academic superintendent might have one approach, the Office of English Learners might have one approach, the Office of Special Education might have another approach, really moving to a place where the entire central office is in agreement about a unified vision for educating diverse learners and all learners. And we know that in order to be the first school district to eliminate opportunity and achievement gaps, we're going to have to be super intentional about how we as a central office collaborate to support schools. This is not work that can be accomplished in 1 or 2 years, but comes from time together building a strong team. Here is the dream team here. Picture here, asset team charged with leading some of our district's most important work. And so I won't read off the offices. And we know many of the team members. Our newest, I do want to acknowledge the newest office added to asset is the Office of Extended Learning Opportunities, and it's been renamed from Extended Learning Time to the Office of Extended Learning Opportunities. And I'll quickly actually go through, because so Jill Carter in Selwell, Cindy Nielsen in the Office of Special Education, Priya Tahiliani in the Office of English Learners, Jan Manfredi in the Office of Extended Learning Opportunities, Dr. Colin Rose in the Office of Opportunity Gaps, and Andrea Zayas in the Office of Academics and Professional Learning. BPS's problem of practice, now in its 4th consecutive year, is a bold statement and example of what learning organizations do to push themselves to address their most important and seemingly intractable challenges. This is our ongoing work and work that we share across the central office. The work ahead of us really centers around how we can come together to support schools in sharing what they've learned and being open about needing help in certain areas. And about how we create authentic learning opportunities for students. Commissioner Jeff Riley has convened a number of sessions of district leaders over the past year, and his vision for learning across the Commonwealth centers on how we take the best of our teachers and learn from them the best tasks, assignments, and projects and classroom activities that promote deep, authentic learning experiences and outcomes for students. BPS can partner with DESE to be a leader in this mission-driven work. To that end, as a new CAO, I entered the year with questions.
While authentic learning is what we're looking for, standardized assessments are our most notable public measure of progress on student learning. At the very least, our underlying assumption as a state is that proficiency in ELA math and science is the floor, the minimum by which we measure if students will know what their peers across the state know. Right now, it's also how we assess quality of schools through our assignment system, one of the components. Additional questions were around what's stopping us from getting more kids to proficiency? What should we do more of or less of? And what can asset and what should asset do differently? These were questions proposed to school leaders during my visits to over 50 schools for school leader feedback and classroom observations. Also, as a part of my entry this year, we implemented the curricular census surveying 4,500 BPS educators with a dynamic survey that adjusted questions based on the educator's role and responses. With over 1,500 responses, we learned a lot about educator perceptions of curricular viability and about the ways they prefer to learn and develop, which will guide our curricular and professional learning planning. Internal and external stakeholder meetings was also key in this process, as BPS is a district where many have a stake in the strategies we choose to reach our goals and how we meet the needs of families, students and families. This includes continuing to partner with the Special Education Parent Advisory Council, our colleagues at META and the U.S. Department of Justice, BSAC, Mass Advocates, and DLAC, among many others. The internal stakeholders also included 2 academic strategy sessions we held with district leaders in the fall for us to really come together, given the transition, to sort of recalibrate what's our focus, what are we trying to accomplish as we support schools through the new network structure. Looking at reports from Off-Track Youth to Bill BPS to the Bell Fans Report, the Bellwether Report, there are many others, the Valedictorians Project. Our team reviewed in many cases what we already knew, but also understood that we most urgently need to address in partnership with other school and district leaders. And of course, the ongoing data, one of the most notable around, we know that we have a lot of work to do around science proficiency, and that data we presented with the Office of Data and Accountability this past fall. For the most part, even when schools have an autonomous school model, schools still request support from the central office to help support the development of teachers, and particularly around curriculum implementation, but not just that area. A recent research study conducted by the New Teachers Project called the Opportunity Myth confirmed what many of us know and experience, that due to teacher turnover and school leader turnover, schools often need support from central office curriculum departments who typically have more longevity and have developed expertise in standards and curriculum over time. I will note that in the ideal, these individuals were the sort of rock star teachers, those who developed expertise and were effective when they come to central office. And so it's also valuing the voice of effective educators who were successful on the ground. This is further supported by our educator response on the curricular survey, where 50% responded as feeling supported to produce rigorous standards-aligned curriculum, standards-aligned lessons. And so a good amount are feeling supported, but there's still room for improvement there. For the most part, even when schools have an autonomous school model, as I mentioned, they still request support from central office. And a research, I'm sorry, I'm repeating that. This is further supported, I would say, by the conversations with school leaders who, in many cases, are looking for, from the central office, what's the one thing we're focused on, what's going to be our big effort, and what's going to be our push, and how will they receive support on those efforts. and a few of the other areas that were noted are here on the slide. Our work this year allowed us to go deeper on what were in many cases work streams already underway that needed greater focus. The GE partnership was moved to my office this year and is being managed by Jim and Freddie until we hire an executive director of STEM. GE has been an amazing customer-oriented partner committed to helping BPS solve our biggest challenges, and are also looking to invest in the long term the grant in something that will have a lasting impact on the district. And that is something planning that's underway that we'll continue to work on and refine and define. We have begun a pilot this year through the support of an organization called Define STEM, and monthly over the last year, 50 teachers have been meeting on Saturdays to work on project-based learning and developing curricular units for STEM. And so building off of some of the initial support GE has had at the Dearborn Academy, where we have digital fabrication labs, the thinking is, how do we get in our schools teachers prepared around project-based learning across the content, right, and across every content area, and then also getting students in rigorous learning environments where they're both doing STEM content and project-based learning, but also actually creating things, and that hands-on learning experience being something that sparks their interest in STEM fields long-term. Multi-tier systems of support is an area that is critical to our ability to eliminate opportunity gaps for our most marginalized learners. Communicating and operationalizing MTSS is probably the greatest challenge before us. We have invested time this year into developing a prototype that will allow principals and school leaders to electronically request support from a menu of services offered by ASSET, so that we can track the kinds of supports typically requested, our response time, and to document impact. And the goal from that is to do a smaller pilot, learn from that before any decision to roll it out fully. Hub community schools or full service schools are a key part of our ongoing collaboration with the Boston Teachers Union, along with support from the YMCA and also the Lubin Foundation and the Office of Engagement. We all came together to successfully submit the grant to expand hub schools to 4 to 6 BPS schools, and we'll hear back from that by late August. Under the leadership of Deputy CAO Andrea Zayas, a curriculum implementation pilot was run this spring to put the wheels on the essentials. And so that was a lot of the feedback we received from school leaders. The essentials is great. How do we actually do it? And so the resources from the pilot will be shared on the BPS website. And the ASSET team in our recent retreat, this has been also a larger question. How do we begin to do the work of implementing essentials practices and tools in our schools? We've looked at an initial start on focusing on separate learning environments, knowing that oftentimes might be discrepancy in outcomes and opportunities in those environments, and also where many of our English learners are as well. And so that is an idea we begin to share and want to continue to partner with our academic superintendents for next year. In the area of differentiating supports to schools, this year, in order to accomplish that, we partnered with Mary Driscoll and the high school academic superintendent's team to implement the new network structure to ensure effective deployment of supports to schools, particularly in networks 1 through 4 and 7, which were our designated high-touch networks. We invested time in trying to organize academics supports in ELA, math, and science to serve those high-touch networks in service of eliminating opportunity and achievement gaps. In collaboration also with the Bill BPS team, there was a lot of work around ensuring that equity was placed at the center of decisions in the process. And as you all have noted throughout the year, oftentimes the asset team lending their expertise to ensuring that that process is inclusive of all students. I'm going to briefly share at least one highlight from each of the asset departments. There are multiple highlights on the slides, and you're certainly can ask questions about them. Our Office of Academics and Professional Learning released a curricular guidance memo to schools for the first time in a long time a few weeks ago to support the schools as they make curricular choices. Schools were provided information and recommendations from central office on vetted and recommended curriculum. This was one of the things requested by school leaders during Superintendent Pereira's listening sessions this summer and also my school visits this year. For the Office of Opportunity Gaps, as Dr. Rose presented this past February, over the summer and into the fall, all departments will be updating their goals, working with OAG Task Force for either new goal approvals or updating existing goals, and checking in to learn about any obstacles to progress. In the Office of Special Education, inclusive support teams supported 20 schools with weekly coaching and technical assistance and working with assistant directors in the network structure. There's an increased focus on inclusive opportunities, and while we work on inclusion, we also want to be sure that we're focusing on improving, as I mentioned earlier, teaching and learning in substantially separate learning environments. As far back as the Annenberg report, we know that that's where many of our Black and Latino males are placed, oftentimes. And we want to ensure that all students have access to safe and welcoming, culturally and linguistically affirming, rigorous standards-aligned learning environments. Our Office of English Learners is leading the work and work group around the Look Act implementation. And there was a launch meeting with cross-functional district stakeholders convened last month. The team will provide recommendations over time on how we achieve a multilingual, multicultural Boston Public Schools, which is one of the stated goals of the English Learners Task Force, and around how we expand dual language programming under the Look Act. This year, we're also really excited to share that recently 142 seniors earned a seal of biliteracy on their transcripts, certifying their biliteracy in a second language. And we anticipate that being a much higher number next year and in future years as we continue to implement that new opportunity, which is made available under the Look Act. For our Office of Social Emotional Learning and Wellness, there is a concerted effort to make sure that we are aligning the work that we're doing around social emotional learning and our CLSP work in our district. And in our Pacelli initiative, the Partnerships for Social Emotional Learning initiative that stems from our Wallace Foundation grant. Many of the school leaders gave the feedback of, okay, teachers are going in and trying to work with students on social emotional learning, and we're recognizing that CLSP is an essential part of that, that those practices outlined in that continuum, that should be really done together. And so there's been explicit support requested in that area. And nationally, I would say that that is where the social emotional learning conversation has gone. They are nationally framing it as social emotional learning and equity. And so for us, that is social emotional learning aligned to our CLSP approach. And last but not least, the Office of Extended Learning Opportunities And I'd just like to share that I think the newest program of all the things that are done in our office is the partnerships with business and corporations that are allowing teachers, up to 30 teachers this summer, to participate in teacher externships at some of these local businesses like Microsoft and GE. The more opportunities like this we can provide teachers only enhances learning environments for students short and long term. And so with that, I will get to just recommendations overall and open for questions. My recommendations, and I would hope I can speak for the team in saying this, our recommendations and trying to sort of reflect a large chunk of the work of the asset team, come from a place of how we can be targeted and strategic about how we become the first urban school district to eliminate opportunity and achievement gaps. I started as a tutor at the Tobin School when I was 19 years old, working with first graders who were English learners. From then and during my time as a teacher at West Roxbury High School, I've seen our schools go through a lot. In many cases, transformation for the better, and in some, for the worse. It is important to embrace innovation, and it is critically important that we respect and leverage the knowledge and skills and abilities of the people working with our kids in schools daily. The research, both past and present, suggests that having a strong central office that articulates clear expectations for schools and provides schools with supports, especially when requested, is key to providing high quality and rigorous educational experiences for students. We need a long-term investment in high-quality, updated curriculum, and I think it should be a part of a district strategic plan and a long-term financial plan. Our early childhood team is nationally renowned for its accomplishments and for its model. A close look at that model supports the research that high-quality curriculum, dedicated coaching, and fidelity to a research-based model supported by a central team, the cornerstones of our model, is a strategy worth investing in. I'm happy to report that we only need to learn from our own successes to know what works. Educating students with disabilities and English learners is not just the work of the Special Education Department and the Office of English Learners, but of everyone in the school district. We must be vigilant about ensuring that this is the case in order to be successful at eliminating opportunity and achievement gaps. Marion Wright Elderman, longtime president of the Children's Defense Fund, says students don't come to us in pieces. That is, they don't leave parts of themselves at home when they attend school daily. Success comes with our continued commitment to the whole child and every child. Recommendations from work groups for the Look Act implementation, bilingual education, expanding access to world language, transition services for students with disabilities, and inclusive learning environments and practices will have to be structurally built into the district's long-term financial plan. Our partners at the University of Virginia have provided us with feedback over the course of this year, and the major highlight that relates to what we're discussing here tonight focused on investing in a robust instructional infrastructure that includes curriculum, coaching expertise, and assessment and data strategy. Finally, given students, the students that we serve in BPS, we run the risk of weakening the impact of all of the above unless we are able to invest in a strategy for ensuring culturally and linguistically sustaining learning environments. A major part of our work is to ensure that students are socially, emotionally developed, and to ensure that learning environments are committed to CLSP. And this is a key component to our Excellence for All model. It was great to see Stanley, by the way, speaking at the capstone presentations on Monday, which Dr. Rose and his team will share more with us at the culmination of the study this summer as we implement Excellence for All. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Granson, and thank you. That's a lot of information and a lot of work over the last year packed into one very succinct report. So I want to make sure that we save plenty of time for my fellow members to start off with questions, and we'll start off with Dr. Rivera.
Well, thank you again for a great presentation, amazing work that you're all doing. And my son was at the EFA capstone and remembered Leach, his name, so it's great. So thank you again for organizing that event as well. I just had a quick question. I'm going to be the new co-chair of the ELL task force. And it's great to see that there were 143 students that have the seal of biliteracy. So I'm hoping that it's sort of a future request that if you could provide information about which schools did, are doing good work in that area. I know that Margarita Muniz had several of their graduates, but it would be helpful to know which schools are really doing an effective work around the seal of biliteracy, so we can replicate those models or adapt them accordingly. So,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll definitely do that.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Mr. Tron.
I know it's late. I'm tired too. I just have a quick question for the Office of Opportunity Gaps. There, according to the summary here, the CLSP provide framework and professional learning support to BPS staff to address bias and ensure that all educators are providing high quality educational experiences. Addressing bias here, you mean you're working with the Office of Equity in terms of providing educational opportunities to or providing some kind of training, or how does that work?
Yeah, over the past 3 years, we've done upwards of 30 hours of professional development with all of our school leaders, all of our lead teachers, our cabinet members around CLSP. It's specifically around competency 1, which is around awareness, right? Awareness of our social political context, which starts with the constructs of race all the way to white privilege. We talked about internalized racism, implicit bias, and then down into deep culture. So how those things inform the settings, the structures, the ideals of what education should look like for all of our students, from wherever perch in the district we are. And so, yeah, we've done extensive amounts of professional development with many different layers of the district, even partners.
The kind of training that you're providing to BPS staff, are they layered, meaning managerial staff are provided with different type of training, whereas teaching staff, union staff are provided with different one?
Yeah, so it's a capacity building model. So we started with school leaders. We started with leadership in offices and school leaders, and also teacher leaders. Schools themselves are kind of the engine of learning with it for teachers. That's where the PD hours are. So we have some outside PD that people can sign up for. But attached to the quality school plan of every school is a CLSP SMART goal, right? So how are you bringing ongoing text-based learning around bias to your staffs? That's part of their QuizUp and is overseen by the academic superintendents. So we started with principles. The core language, we feel like there is a core curriculum to equity that quite often people don't get in their graduate schools of education. I would say mostly they don't. We've tried to have concerted conversations with a lot of the deans. I know I met with Dean at Harvard, meeting with Dean Berger a couple of times. I got my doctorate at UMass Boston, and others around the need for this. We're actually partnering with William James College to create a course over the fall for psychology students there that will be part of their kind of practicum. Because we know the amount of staff coming from that college to BPS to become psychologists. So we're trying to broaden our reach and make it more ecological, but we do have the structures within the school system to get the development to all of our layers.
So just for one last question, I'm sorry.
Not at all.
Just for my my edification, let's say, right now there is no requirement for Boston public school staff to Is there a mandate that Boston Public School staff have to go through this kind of sensitivity training on issues of
If
bias?
we're working our model to fidelity at the school level, everybody should be involved in text-based ongoing conversations. One thing that we're building out this year that'll be available this summer is an online platform around our core awareness piece. Now we can create policy to say that anybody, and it's our hope that part of the induction process of anybody into the district would go through that. And we've thought about other ways of badging people who have gone through the full kind of battery of that. But other than that, the conversations at the school level, every instructor in our district should be having ongoing text-based conversations around bias, depending on whatever issues they're dealing with at their school level.
Thank you. You got my vote at least.
Thank you, Mr. Tron. Ms. Robinson.
Yes. Congratulations on the amount of work that you've done today. One of my biggest questions, and I know we've had this conversation prior.
Ms. Robinson, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you. Use the mic.
With so many schools that are autonomous, how do you work to get everybody on board to do what's needed to be done? And one of my biggest issues is, yes, we do have a wonderful pre-K, early childhood curriculum, but there isn't fidelity because some of our own schools are not doing it. So how can we promise families that we're doing these wonderful things, they show up at a school, it's not happening in that school? And where is your leverage around schools that are autonomous to help them to, or convince them to get on board with many of these issues?
I think like what the work that's happening in early childhood, we have to be committed to excellence, and if you build it, they will come. And so I think a part of the strategy has been how do we work to build consensus and also learn from schools and help schools learn from one another, and serve in that sort of district-wide facilitator role, similar to the curriculum memo that went out. It was one, what's already out there, but also we wanted to be a two-way process. We also invited school leaders to reach back out to us to share if they had any other ideas, if they're seeing success in certain areas. And then if that's the case, the question becomes, how do we then organize or resource ourselves in a way where we actually can provide support? Because I think that a lot of the drive towards autonomy might have been connected to not feeling like the support was there. And that was some of the feedback from school leaders. And of course, in order for the support to be there, there has to be infrastructure. That's the instructional infrastructure that our partners at the UVA sort of outlined. Are we really set up in a way where we can provide support to all of the schools?
Okay, thank you. That's all I'll do.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Dr. Coleman.
Great, thank you. I want to echo the impressive amount of work that accomplished in trying to bring coherence to a lot of different elements that we're working on, and I'm hoping that in the next year we can get more coherence, because these are all great work, but I'm still looking for, let's get the logic model here. How is this really related? So we have all this work going on and doing here. How do we really know that these efforts are aligned to close gaps? And how can we structure that and report that and get the evidence to see that that's what's happening? Because, and again, no aspersions here. I'm not doubting the good work, but I think the next step is a little tighter, more of a linear model for really understanding, so we can really track it and see that these efforts. So if you're talking for example, the curriculum. Some people say, well, curriculum dies in the teacher's classroom, and where is how centrally are we reinforcing teacher professional development and effectiveness? How does that fit into our model? So and seeing that just more clearly. So it's, and some of it putting this more in a flow chart than a linear chart, or just in a bullet point chart. But also, what's the evidence that we're going to track that this is really driving change, and where's our evidence that things are moving?
Yeah, I think pilots like EFA are, and the study that we're doing with NYU can give us some insight on how to pull together a lot of these pieces for collective impact. And because it was, a control pilot with, certain amount of coaches that is above and beyond, what is available to other schools. I think it'll give us a good blueprint around like what things work, what things don't work, and what can be part of that logic model as we try to scale those practices.
But again, great movement over the year, and looking forward to more evidence this time next year.
Yeah, and no, we definitely don't take it as a criticism. We welcome that, and I think it's the thing that keeps many of us up at night. How do we know that our inputs and our actions and our long nights are all having the intended impact on students and eliminating opportunity gaps.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Can you please remind me what ASSET stands for again? I'm sorry. I've been racking my brain here. I'm like academic support, and I looked, but I couldn't find. Sorry.
So it's academics for student supports for equity team.
Academic.
And student supports for equity team.
Okay. I'll try to remember that. I'm like, I've heard it, but it just doesn't stay in my mind, So I'm like, what is it? It's in the agenda. Oh, I missed it. I was looking all through the presentation. I'm like, I know what it is. Okay, thank you.
I had to look it up too.
Thank you. Oh my God, I'm like, I know what it is. So I have a couple of comments because I know it's late, and so these would be giant questions. So I'm not going to question them because they're giant. I'm just going to make a couple of statements. You can just write it down. When I looked at some of the pieces in terms of like the OAG piece and all the work that OAG is doing around like the training, that's amazing that you guys are doing all that work. I think that's a lot of work. And I was glad to hear about some of the strategies because that worried me about how much, bandwidth does your office have to do that, and that's not your sole responsibility, and how does it translate down? So hearing some of your thoughts around that. I guess in some other time, and you'll probably do it when you do the OAG presentation, it's how do we know that the needle is moving? So like, what are the pieces that can show us that is like actually, I'm sure it's making a difference, but what I'm saying is like, how do we see the places where it's moving, and what is working that we can continue to do, and what is maybe not working? In terms of the OELL pieces, and I know I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think when I know the group that was meeting around the Look Act and the ELL task force, I think it's great for us to have a vision of having the seal. It's great to have a vision about having a bilingual, multilingual district. But the larger, challenge is we don't have staff that is bilingual, multilingual. So I guess for me, it's like, what's our plan, and what are we going to do around that? And then the STEM piece, I think the science, as you mentioned, some beefing up is really important, and we know we're in Boston, and so we need to do that. And I'm wondering if we are also partnering with both STEM and United Way, and there's a lot of out-of-school time partners that are working on STEM, and so how do we connect the school day with the out-of-school time so that students are, receiving similar instruction around the science? So how can we partner together? Because I think there are partners who've been doing it for some time, and then there are newer partners, but like having Fidelity, et cetera. And then just in my mind, I don't know what long-term investment in curriculum, if that's like everybody, some people, so I want to understand that a little bit more. And then just lastly, I get that this is the academic piece, and the supports, but I just wonder, how does family engagement fit into this? So I'm glad, Selwell, because of the climate piece, because you can't do any of this work if families don't feel like they're part of the school, I mean, that's one strategy around the instruction and working and providing training for teachers, but if the families don't feel welcome, then at the end of the day. So I didn't know how the family and community engagement fits into asset and how you guys kind of work together. So, broader. I know you feel like answering it.
I'd love to make a comment, actually, or I guess that would be a response, or maybe a thought. I think our parents can be our best advocates and assets at the school level, and obviously in their homes. If we can get to the point where any family member and student can describe what it is that we mean by standards and essentials aligned instruction, then I think we're winning the game. Family members are the first teachers. They can help us by holding us accountable to what it is that we're saying that we're providing in our classrooms, giving feedback to teachers. But oftentimes what we don't have yet is a clear definition that we all agree to across our district. And that's what I think I heard Dr. Coleman speaking to earlier as well. And what we have up here is really around like developing that district-wide academic strategic plan. And district-wide, I think, also means everyone. And it's everyone, really everyone, our students, our families, partners, that we're all speaking the same language and making common commitments around what instruction looks like, how we treat each other in the classroom, what students can expect in terms of across the board, right? So everything from what it means to be a graduate to what fourth grade science looks like, what kind of affirmation we receive when we walk into a classroom. And those are a set of common commitments that I think we have to make that lie ahead of us.
Sorry, I appreciate you bringing up the connection that Salwell brings to that family engagement piece. And I think, as we all know, sometimes parents or families connecting with schools around the academic piece, sometimes, where's the comfort with talking about some of those curricular areas can feel difficult, but we know that parents see themselves as being the experts in the well-being of their children. And so using the connection to welcome families in to hear about what they know about the well-being of their child can actually be a great way to build the trust and the relationship so that then you can start talking about the common language around some of the things that Andrea mentioned. So I think it's important to keep that connection and to recognize the importance of the health and well-being as being a way to connect. And I would just say we have some experience with where we were for a number of years through external grant funding, supporting schools and having family nights where we would pair the health and wellness piece with academic nights and getting huge number of parents coming out. And I think so I think there's a lot of creative ways as we continue to work together that we can bridge those two pieces together. So.
Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you for saying that. I mean, I think that I would agree that the parents and the families are the experts on their children. And so how do we make sure that we work with families around looking at the assets of our students, and then that helps to bridge that conversation that, when I talk to my daughter's teacher, I don't know what the heck she's talking about, all these standards and all these things, and but talk to me about how Marley's doing, and then that goes, so I agree with you. I'm sorry, I forgot to say one more thing, and then I'll be done, which is, it's just a comment, and I have nothing against the Y. I think the Y is great, but with the hub community schools, I mean, I just think there's a wealth of different kinds of of external partners, and so I just put that out there to explore, because there are partners that have you know, a cultural background, linguistic background, and again, I'm a member of the Y, so I'm not saying anything bad about the Y, but I just think there's like a wealth, so just encourage more exploration on that.
Absolutely, we'll do that, and I'll note that there were probably upwards of 15 or more partners who reached out or wrote letters of support, and that we are actively pursuing. So, noted, absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Granson, and to your team as well. You know, as we began this question and answer period, we talked about, you know, this presentation is in many respects looking back and looking forward as well. And there's a lot to pack into this presentation, and we've touched upon a number of them. And I think, you know, you said something about, you know, a lot of this work keeps you up at night, you know, because we're not finished with it. And I think some of that is indeed crystallized by the questions, the big questions that the Vice Chair asks about, you know, how do we move this work forward? How do we continue to synthesize it? How do we continue to put it all together and make the pieces work in unison all across the district? And so, you know, certainly thinking about some of the bigger work that still lies ahead, and hub schools, I think, is chief among them. We've heard a little bit about what we've been able to achieve at the bargaining table with the BTU, and what the district's been doing in planning out, you know, what hub schools might look like and how we might get to that goal of providing human services within our school buildings. And so I'll look forward to hearing a little bit more about that, as well as, you know, just pick a few of the issues that you went over, you know, the work that you want to continue to do, your group, around inclusion and how special education works within the different inclusive models that we're considering to continue to roll this approach out across the district. I'd be remiss if I didn't note a couple of the other big achievements that we've had recently, which is the continued growth of fifth quarter and summer learning. Certainly a piece of getting a number of our kids that might be below level or susceptible to losing some learning over the summer back up to speed. That continues to grow every year, and that's in no small part due to your efforts, as well as the wealth of partners that we have that work around fifth quarter. And one other item that was pointed out to me by the superintendent that's just, I find these numbers amazing around immunization. The fact that from school year 17 and 18, where we're at 51% immunization across the district, going to 90.2% in the next school year is just extraordinary. And the term herd immunity was used by the Boston Public Health Commission to describe the level of immunity that we have in the Boston Public Schools with respect to measles, mumps, and rubella. That specific vaccination is at 97% in our school population. And so the ability for us to keep our not only keep our students healthy, but, you know, be able to reach our families and demonstrate why those vaccinations are important to the health of our community as a whole, as well as our individual students, is really extraordinary, and we have to applaud you in that work. So there's a lot more to applaud here, but, you know, I think you've gone through it pretty well, and we appreciate you giving us this opportunity to hear about some of this work. We know it continues. We know we'll have you back here soon, and we thank you once again for all the work that you do.
I just want to take the opportunity to thank you all for the opportunity to present today, and also to publicly thank this team who just does amazing work. And they, you know, we give each other a run for our money, but we are very much committed to doing the work of the district on behalf of kids. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, we'll move on to our brief and final report. It's a report from UP Boston and UP Dorchester on a memorandum of understanding extension, as well as accountability plans. At this time, I'd like to invite forward Mr. Mike Bauer, our Chief Operating Officer of the UP Education Network, as well as Kathy Lazat, our BPS Legal Advisor. I'll turn it over to the interim superintendent to give some opening remarks while Mr. Bauer and Ms. Lazat are getting settled.
That's great. Well, I will start out with an apology to Mr. Bauer and appreciation for your stamina and intestinal fortitude and I'm very, very sorry that you landed up at the end of tonight's agenda, but it is an important, if fairly straightforward conversation. So similar to the presentations that this committee had earlier this year, both from Boston Day and Evening Academy and from Boston Green Academy, the UP Network and Chief Operating Officer Michael Bauer joins us this evening to request approval for UP Academy Boston and UP Academy Dorchester for an extension of their current memorandum of understanding, as well as approval of their updated accountability plans. The extension of their existing MOU will allow both UP Network and BPS to take the time to finalize a renewed MOU, which will come back to you. But by providing an extension right now, it ensures that the UP schools can access all of their public funds. They need to have a functioning, up-to-date MOU to access their funds, while the MOU itself can be resolved in due time, carefully and appropriately, as all the other ones were. So you'll be asking to vote on an extension. At the same time, we also want you to approve UP's updated accountability plans for each of these two schools. DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, considers an accountability plan a charter amendment. And so we need them approved so that the schools can continue to function in the way that they need to. The Boston Teachers Union has fully approved these amendments. And the Massachusetts DESE has provided preliminary approval, but the amendments require school committee sign-off before Commissioner Riley at DESE can give final approval. So the timing of this is very procedural to equip the UP Network for all of the permissions it needs to do its work in two of our schools. So with that, I'll turn things over to Mike.
Great. Thank you very much, Superintendent Perrell. First, I'd love to just introduce myself. My name's Mike Bauer. Like Superintendent Perrell said, I'm the Chief Operating Officer for UP Education Network. I haven't been with the organization for that long, for about 5 months now. I just moved back to Boston. Happy to be here. I'm from here originally, and a proud son of 2 retired Boston Public School teachers. My mom taught at West Roxbury High School, and my dad taught at the Jeremiah Burke. First I'd love to do is thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. But I also just want to share a little bit about UP Education Network. We currently operate 6 schools, 3 schools within the district. We operate a school out in Springfield, and we also operate 2 schools in Lawrence. As Superintendent Perrell said, the 2 schools that we'll be talking about today are UP Academy Boston, which is in South Boston, and UP Academy Dorchester, which is in Dorchester. What we're and again, as Superintendent Perrell said, we're looking for an extension for our current memorandum of understanding. We've been working closely with Kathy over the last few weeks, but we need a little bit more time to solidify things on our extension. So that's the first thing that that we're requesting, and also we're requesting an updated accountability plan for both schools as well. The major changes in the accountability plan, and as Superintendent Perrell says, it's a requirement from DESE for us to have accountability plans. It's something that is part of, it measures the key design elements to our charter, and it is something that we publicly, as part of our annual report, we publicly produce the results of that report. We've had one all along when we renew our charter, though, which we did for UP Academy Dorchester in 2018. We're required to update our accountability plan. The major changes to the update are really, like, internally, we changed how we're doing some of our internal benchmarking. So we now use NWA MAP versus some like locally produced or internally produced benchmarking systems. So we've moved to that. We've clarified how we're measuring our MCAS growth goals. We've changed our attendance rate goal to 95%, which is an increase from what it was before. And then we clarified some of the dissemination of how we're and how we're going to measure how we disseminate information, both here and nationally, about best practices that we've learned. So those are the major changes to the accountability plan. As presented, they both have been approved by the Boston Teachers Union and provisionally approved by DESE. So with that, those are the two requests that we're asking for. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Mike.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bauer, for the succinct summary. I'll open it up now to members for questions or comments. Well, it sounds like we're speechless.
I do have a question.
Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. So for your code of conduct, do you follow the code of conduct that Boston Public Schools puts out?
Yeah, it's a good question. We have not adopted officially the code of conduct for Boston Public Schools. However, during our charter renewal in 2018, we worked closely with the Boston School Committee to align them as much as possible. We know that you're very proud of it, and we agree with a lot of it, and that's why we wanted to align ourselves as much as possible. We took scripts, a lot of the language, procedures as well, and the results of it have been great. We've seen, as far as exclusions over the last 2 years, we've seen a reduction in like 30% at both schools. And so it's something that we haven't adopted officially, but it's very, very similar and aligns to what the school committee and the code of conduct say.
So if it is so closely aligned, would you be willing to adopt what we have?
It's something that we have to, we want to, while you guys are proud of your code of conduct, our organization as well, some of our families helped create it. We have a board that we report to. It's something that we are considering. There's some operational parts of it around decision making and how our board is involved in it that is outlined in our code of conduct. So those are some of the challenges that we're discussing. So those are the things that we're trying to discuss with our board now.
Okay, if we could see where the differences are, not so much what is the same, just so we can have a sense of what is the differences, that would be great. I know it's.
Can I suggest something?
Yes,
Just as a point of procedure here, since we're only voting on a slight extension, which I believe extends the period for UP and the district to continue negotiating over a new MOU for a couple of months here. I want to give the district and UP an opportunity to actually hammer out, how this works. So I think it would certainly be reasonable to ask for a summary of where the differences might be. But in order to come to a final conclusion, I would suggest that, we give the parties the opportunity to complete that negotiation over the course of the summer. So I only add that for context here with respect to turnaround time. But you can proceed.
So but just to be clear, so the code of conduct language will come back to, and any other elements of the MOU will come back to the school committee for actual approval.
Thank you.
And they're just in the planning process now. So you're not approving the MOU next week that includes any reference to code of conduct. All you're doing is approving the extension. But I'm glad you raised the issue.
So
Mike is well aware of it. I was planning on flagging to make sure our team was going to be talking about it, because I know it's been a repeated question. So wherever they land in that language, hopefully you are clear that it is a priority for the school committee.
Sure
They
thing.
will be asking you again, and it will factor into their approval of any MOU, but you've got some of that time to align them and or come to us and say, if there's a divergence, what is it based on and why?
Sure. Got it. And I just want to make sure I'm crystal clear. So that is something certainly we will bring back, and as we discuss, and we'll hopefully work very closely with Boston Public Schools to do that. But this, for the extension for next week, look, that won't be part of it. Is that fair to say?
That's what, yeah.
Okay.
Are there further questions? Okay. Well, thank you. It was very brief and succinct, and again, you know, we'll be voting next week on extending the MOU and the concurrent negotiation period through the end of the summer. I believe it's August 31st is the new deadline that we've created. We'll also be voting on those accountability plans that you've updated for both schools. And I think, again, it's helpful that the superintendent outlined earlier that your boards have already approved this. DESI's provided preliminary approval, and the BTU has given sign-off for the accountability plans. And from my understanding, the summary that you provided us earlier, there's only a few brief changes. Actually, I think it was a summary from Ms. Lazat that update this accountability plan in any substantive way. So I think, you know, unless there's anything else that comes up in the meantime, I think we're in good shape here to take action on this when we reconvene next week.
Great. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks. We'll look forward to taking action next week. Thank
great.
you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep.
Well,
We'll try to put you earlier in the agenda next
That's
week.
right.
No, actually, you will be. It's a vote. There you go.
we're going to move on now to public comment on reports.
Thank you. We have no speakers for public comment.
Well, thank you very much, Ms.
Because they're
Sullivan.
all home watching the Bruins game.
Yes, we've waited them out. Is there new business?
Yes, I have new business.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Ms.
I
Oliver
feel
Davila.
like a big heel because I didn't say this earlier, but Mr. Bauer reminded me when he said his dad worked at the Burke, that I just wanted to say, even though whoever's watching at this time, whoever that 5 people are, congratulations to Dr. Linda McIntyre, because she did receive the Principal of the Year for Massachusetts, and because I was at the high school graduation, and they gave her the award, so I feel like a big jerk that I didn't say that earlier. So congratulations if she's watching.
Yes, and a release went out on that today, so we'll be pushing it out via social media, and we will make sure to make it a focal point next week, since we'll be back again so soon, to spread it more broadly at the beginning of the meeting.
Excellent. Well, thank you for
I'll miss the beginning, so give her a hug, please.
thank you for noting that. Vice Chair. Is there any other further new business? Well, hearing none, that concludes our business for this evening. Our next school committee meeting will take place on next Wednesday, June 19th, and again, we'll be starting early at 5 p.m. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Sounds like unanimous consent. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.